Okay, well, it's Taylor. This is going to be a long video. The intention is to provide some objective reasoning to a podcast that has very many talking points that need to be addressed. Before we get to anything, though, the first thing that I need to bring forward are death threats. Under no circumstance of your life or anyone else's life does the privilege exist to utter death threats on somebody else. And if you are watching this video and at any point in your life you have felt brave enough to throw death threats on an individual that you're frustrated at, or their family, or any extension where you think you can create harm or hurt, regardless if you're capable of it or not, the fact of it being mentioned and uttered is disgusting. I understand death threats come from an emotional place of frustration where you cannot reason and comprehend a solution in any other way. I get it. I do. That does not make it okay. And it never, ever will. If you have ever said a death threat to anybody, or if you're watching this and you know somebody who has, this is your opportunity to reflect and realize that your frustration and the way you've explained your frustration has done nothing to solve the frustration. And so I implore you to apologize to anybody who have ever said a death threat to, whether it's in the last day, the last year, the last decade. It doesn't matter, because those are unforgettable, and you're lucky if they even become forgivable. So in the incident that we're talking about right here, I'm going to say, for example, if you're watching this and you have uttered a death threat to Tyler, to Dave, to Adam, to families, to stations, to anything like that, you deserve upon yourself to apologize and show yourself that if you're that brave to threaten, you're that brave to admit it. And they deserve an apology, because when it's all said and done, regardless of how people frustrate you, death is never, ever the solution. And so you apologize. You offer sorrow. Then you ask for forgiveness. Then you ask for forgiveness after you display sorrow. And perhaps after that you will be fortunate to receive forgiveness. If you don't have the courage to apologize directly to people you have uttered death threats to at any point in your life, do something for your community and explain why. Offer to volunteer somewhere, for example, for an hour or a weekend, and say, I'm inspired to do this to return something good to my community, because in the past I have suggested ill will upon somebody else. Or if you're really brave, you could say, I was being a keyboard warrior and I suggested death threats, and I really need to provide myself some sort of atonement that people see and recognize that I'm sorry for my actions. And I want to be a better person. And I'm going to start by showing it to my community, even if I don't have the courage to talk to anyone else about it directly. It doesn't matter frustrations or who's right or who's wrong, because facts can be discovered by objective reasoning. Emotions are all valid, because your feelings represent your experience, and everyone's reality, right, is caused by their own perception. Okay? So at the end of the day, Everything that happens does have an element of validity, but at no point are death threats acceptable. So if you want an apology, you create it. And you create it immediately. Because I'll stand up for everybody that needs support, and I'll even back you up to help just get you to that point, to feel confident and brave enough to have a tail between your legs and say, I made a mistake. I'll back you up on that. But at no point will I ever say, you did the right thing when it comes to uttering death threats. Now that I have your attention, my name is Taylor. I'm 39 years old. I'm a trans woman. And I have a podcast to respond to. Fortunately, we're going to be having a conversation about it soon at the radio station that is related to Energy 106 in Winnipeg, which is just going to be a start of many. And the reason why I'm opting for a video right now is because the podcast itself is, the original one is just shy of 99 minutes, and I'm telling you straight up, we're going to go through the entire thing. The reason why I'm doing that is to show a transparency, in the sense that with no cuts, no edits, it's not, I'm not going to be hiding anything. I'm not going to be selective about the things we want to talk about, right? It's just going to go front to back. That I'm not going to pick and choose the conversations. And I figured because of that, we are going to name this video, how did I write it down? Objective Reasoning with Transparency by Taylor LaChrist. To give a quick background for myself without getting too deep into it, as I mentioned, I'm a 39-year-old trans woman. I've come out to peers and a couple sports leagues that I participate in, and my workplace, obviously, at the beginning of June 2020, just before my birthday. I hate using the word the inspiration, the motivation, the turning point, the X factor, call it whatever you want. It was at the end of May. It was the George Floyd murder. And my reasoning was enough's enough. Enough is enough. There's so much talk, no action. And when there is action, it's limited. And the challenge with that is there's a lot of positive intention in terms of anybody with any type of desire to represent a better social good, but for some reason it seems to fall flat on its face or get muted quickly, whether that's because of exhaustion by the people who are frustrated, or lots of times it's with media. Media really represents what the world listens to, and if media decides to start talking about something else, that's everything that everyone else talks about. So I had enough. I had to start acting on something myself. My personal experience being trans is just having my entire life suppressed, right, or hidden, or ridiculed, name it, call it whatever you want. Whatever it was, it certainly wasn't normal. And I came out abruptly, with the reasoning for that to really open eyes to people who expected something else. I've heard lots of, wow, we couldn't have imagined, never would have thought, never would ever, and yeah, no, I clean my tracks well. But that was also the reasoning for that, to really create the recognition for people to just think again about what they say and who they say it to, not realizing how much your words can impact somebody else and for how long. Whether that means it's discrimination by race or religion, gender identity, orientation, I can go on and on and on, right? But it's easy to make what you consider to be an off-color joke, not realizing the right? It's yeah, no, it's super funny. You are yeah. And when you go ahead and you're buddy with somebody and everything's super great, no, you're super cool, and haha, etc., with all these dumb jokes, and then that other person goes home hurt. That's why I came out. To get people to think twice. And I had other intentions just with life, where my goal was to work on just adjusting some, well, I'll talk about it later, right? But to just work on systems to go ahead and introduce, for my example, to introduce gender identity as a normalized element of society at a significantly earlier point in life, so that it's realized that it's a thing, instead of it being a discovery sometime later, because that's just how it works right now. And there's just a lot of crossed wires and all that. And also by doing that, by introducing those types of elements at such an earlier age in a social climate, not counting school, what that also allows for is just the understanding that people are different, and that's okay. Right? Whether that means they're coming from a different country, or celebrate a different religion, or just have a different belief set, and so on. It helps allow that. And that's also even to the point where I was nervous about doing this video in the first place, because I'm not confident in my voice, and that's just largely a safety issue, and I'll explain more about that later. So this is just kind of an exercise to do that too, but I've also, for quite a long period of time now already, I've got very much an effort attitude about it, because it makes no sense advocating for normalizing life to have to continue to try to fit in with other people's expectations of normalcy, right? So guess what? This is me, and if you don't like it, TFB. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the podcast. You're going to see me sit here awkwardly, maybe take some notes, because there's some key points that need to be talked about, and then I'm just going to hit pause at talking points and carry on. This is going to be a long video. Thank you so much for watching the entire thing, should you make it. Please do, honestly. It means a lot if you can, because this is an important social issue. So get your popcorn if you haven't yet. Go ahead, hit pause, go get it. I'm not hitting pause. And expect this to be getting close to 2 hours long, because like I said, the podcast itself is 98 minutes and change, 98:36 I think. Regardless, let's hit play and see what happens here.
If you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. 1, it's free. 2, there's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. 3, Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. 4, you can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. And 5, it's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. I used to be the kind of person who didn't have Anchor until I heard about Anchor and its policies. I switched immediately to get my podcast on Anchor. It's been the best thing for my podcast, and I would have it no other way. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started today.
I'm going to hit pause quick on that, because I should introduce that the podcast that we're going to be listening to is called An Honest Talk About Energy 106 with Tyler Carr, and it's provided by Winnipeg's Finest. And I did have a meaningful conversation with Nick from Winnipeg's Finest, and I was happy with it. I believe there's going to be further conversation, but he also recognized the concern that I raised too. So I just wanted to address the podcast, and I'm not familiar with all this YouTube stuff, so I'm going to try throwing some links, this one being included, below, just so you, if you feel like listening to it by itself, because you're listening to the whole thing today.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Winnipeg's Finest, the podcast where we get personal with notable Winnipeggers. If you haven't been with us before, here's what you've missed.
Like, I even feel like I've always known that I was supposed to be here, so it's like, even if there was stuff that I went through, I always went through it knowing that this isn't like the end of everything. Yeah. This isn't the end of the world. If there's anything actually that I would tell myself, is to not be so afraid of failure.
Oh, yeah. How different was it for you to watch a movie where Kevin Spacey is the villain?
I mean, I feel like they just told him to be himself.
It's like, dude, be a shitty person who's a predator and, like, does bad things.
Yeah.
Kevin Spacey's like, got you.
Oh boy, this is my role.
Hey, Mr. Professor, look at me, making money. Call campus security.
Thank you so much to the fans who continue to support. You guys are awesome. We love you like crazy. This is why we love podcasting. This is why we love bringing you guys episodes. Please remember to subscribe on Apple Podcasts or Spotify or wherever you're listening. Remember to follow us on social media at WPGS Finest Pod on Instagram. And make sure you're staying posted and telling people about the podcast. We appreciate and love the support you give us. So just know that it lifts us up so much and we're very grateful. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to a brand new episode of Winnipeg's Finest. This is a smacker, in my opinion. And I know I get a lot of questions about, like, which ones are your favorite ones? This one absolutely is. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn or toot Kanan's horn or anything. You guys know I don't even fucking like Kanan. I'll never toot his horn. Fuck that guy. I'm kidding, Kanan. I love you if you're listening to this. You know I love you, baby girl. Tyler Carr is a very close friend of mine, first off. I love Tyler. He's a great person. He's a wonderful speaker. He's a powerful speaker. He's very creative. He's very, very, very fucking good at his job. For anybody who is not quite sure. His skill set, at least in my opinion, I think he's amazing at what he does. He's a radio host. He is a wonderful role model in the LGBTQ plus community. And he's a great person. He was powerful today, and he was great. We talk a whole lot about what went on with Energy 106, about what happened. You know, they recently hired Dave Wheeler, and what kind of controversy went on there. This is an important episode, I think, just because it was uncomfortable, and I'm scared to put it out, and I'm not entirely sure how it's going to be received. That being said, I think it's important to look into situations before making judgments and before making assumptions about people and places and things. Death threats are never okay. I don't give a fuck who you are, what's going on. You can't threaten people's lives. That's never cool. And Tyler, unfortunately, had to deal with that. Unfortunately, other people involved in this had to deal with that, and that's not cool. Today's episode is brought to you by Jellyfish Float Spa, the greatest place in Winnipeg to receive float therapy. If you want to use our code WPGS Finest, you get 15% off all float purchases. You can check them out on their social media. It's linked below. And we're also brought to you by Unity Underwear. Unity Underwear is the greatest place on the planet for underwear. Owned locally here in Winnipeg by Nicola Maharaj. Great fucking guy. Former owner of 441. Former 441 now. Great dude. Underwear's amazing. 95% bamboo, 5% spandex, hypoallergenic, thermoregulating. I'm wearing mine right. Like, they feel fucking amazing. I have like 9 pairs. They're so good. They're so good. And you can never be too short on underwear, right? Anyways, I need to stop talking. We are really done. Use our code WPGS Finds 20% off. There we go. I need to remember to put that in. And here's our episode with Tyler Carr.
Okay, pause. The laughter earlier, I think, was pretty self-explanatory. That was, anyway, maybe I'm just part of a different demographic. The challenge to just get to, like, as a talking point, we want to go ahead and talk about honest conversations. I don't know how much more biased we could introduce the conversation. The way that it was presented was like, not even a soapbox, but like I don't disagree with Tyler being a good person, and in many people's eyes, right, an excellent individual at his job, and for what they understand to be a role model in the LGBTQ community, and so on, just from what they've experienced. When it's all said and done, though, that was not an impartial introduction about an honest conversation. That essentially was a very simple way of saying, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up for an hour and a half because I'm going to pump my friend's tires about everything because of one side's opinion that I just happen to agree with or feel it makes for a good opportunity to present. What I also know is that, as was alluded to, and the same thing how I started my video was about the death threats, because when it's all said and done, regardless of frustration, there is no validity to doing that ever. Ever. If you ever uttered a death threat, as I've mentioned, you need to apologize. And if you find yourself resorting to death threats on such a frequent basis, go ahead and discover services to help with that. There's great mental health solutions that aren't, you might have this concept of you have to lay on the couch, right, and talk for hours and hours and hours. That might be what you might need, and sometimes it could just be a drop-in counseling session, for example, that they have at many places. I saw on at clinic the other day, saw that on Twitter. Personally, I have a good relationship, I'd like to say, with CMHA. I've participated there at the Learning Center quite frequently. I still participate there. I'm actually involved with a couple other programs there as well, and I love the place. I can absolutely recommend it. Rainbow Resource Center too is another excellent option, especially considering where I can understand the demographic that these places come from. And then there's lots of times it can even just be as simple as talking to your doctor, right? That I'm not feeling in the right place and I need help. You have to acknowledge that. Regardless of anything that you hear from this moment forward, is if you've ever uttered a death threat, fix that immediately. Going back to the video, as I mentioned, it sounds incredibly biased right out of the gate, and it's, fair warning, not really going to change much. What I will say, though, is on an understanding, and this is something that I challenged, if you've seen my rant, is rant a good word? On Twitter. Without intention, this comes across as propaganda, because propaganda is essentially information, sometimes misleading, or based on one structure of information that's biased. And when you have an honest conversation, what's it called? An honest talk, okay? There's so many references to conversation. The conversation involves multiple parties, not one party and then somebody yes-manning the entire thing. So this video here is my effort to go ahead and create some objective reasoning to that, because what should have happened, right, in a healthy way, is to have a conversation with, let's call protagonists and antagonists to the situation, perhaps, instead of just hearing one side's story. Because all that does is continue to fan the flames of separation. It continues to drive a wedge further about segregation. All it does is reinforce the beliefs of people who are on a side, and it makes it more difficult for the people who are trying to create parity, bias, equality, to get that ground, because you've got a media production that is largely available and not going away anytime soon, and so it's just going to continue to wedge. So, get ready to get ready.
Oh, the internet. Oh, and the recording button's on. Tyler Carr, how are you doing?
You know what, man? I'm doing good. I'm with two guys that I appreciate and respect so much, and we're about to have a good conversation today.
Yeah, we are.
Conversation. I thought I heard that earlier. I'm just going to point that out right there. Conversation, sure. By term, sure. But that's, whatever.
I'm so excited, and I still can't take Cannon seriously with his LSD blanket, but...
What? We're making it work?
I'm living for it. I'm living for it. I feel like you and I are kind of boring with the white walls.
Yeah, I'm just going to spice life up, that's all.
Kanan's too spicy for me sometimes. He's always spicy.
Good to be spicy, man. It's good to be spicy.
Gotta keep them on their toes. That's all I got.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no disrespect to Kanan. It's not my speed, and Kanan loves to swing hard right off the bat. With Sarah, we had that episode, Sarah London, we had that episode on Saturday, and she knows way too much about Kanan now, but it's all good.
I mean, I feel like I know more about you just by looking at your backdrop, so it's all good.
Yeah. Says it all.
It does.
Okay, so let's get right into it. Tyler, do you want to explain kind of what happened recently with Energy 106?
Yeah, okay, yeah, for sure. So it was about a month-ish ago, I'm not sure when this happened, about a month ago. Went upstairs on just a typical Monday and was told by my program director, Adam West, that we were restructuring the morning show. Unfortunately, my good friend was let go because of that, but...
Just putting it out there, the good friend is Sarah. I'm just going to say this, Tyler, you can mention Sarah's name, because Sarah's, as I've seen on Twitter and just on videos, had no problem referencing you. Let's dig deep into why that was avoided, perhaps another time, but you can acknowledge Sarah was released. Just going to put that out there.
I'm part of the new show, and the new show was bringing in Dave Wheeler and also a now good friend of mine, Jasmine Lane. And rather than a two-person show now, it's a three-person show, and it's really stirred up Winnipeg a little bit over the course of the last month.
I'm going to pause there too. It stirred up Winnipeg a little bit because there was a very disingenuous representation of Energy 106's values versus their actions. We're probably going to go into this repeatedly because it continues to just be like an incredibly missed point. But on top of my head, August 28th, which was a Friday at 9 p.m., Energy 106 released an official statement, long blah blah blah, blah 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 blah, lots of blah blah blah, but constantly affirming to be LGBTQ allies, to continue being supportive to the community. When it's all said and done, the challenge is not specifically on Dave Wheeler. I'm just going to fast track with this here. But it's Energy insisting to continue to be allies. Allyship isn't selective. Okay? It's not, I kind of, like, I'll go ahead and support this part of the community and not that. Or I'll only support these members of this branch of the community and not that. Allyship isn't selective. And there was a constant stream of frustration because Dave has made a career of punching down on groups of people who aren't Dave Wheeler. Short answer. And in our country, blessed as it is, we are allowed freedom of speech. Knock yourself out, Dave, right? You could say what you want, when you want, how you want. Cool, you're protected. But that also doesn't mean that it's just okay. And it's especially not saying that let other people say whatever they want, regardless of the degree of hurt, intentional or not, and then get over it. Discrimination isn't a, there aren't sides to discrimination. You don't kind of be like, oh, this person's sort of discriminatory, but it doesn't affect me personally, so that's okay. Or this person's discriminatory, but I can generate revenue from that because of the shock factor, and we're in a society that's not educated enough to understand the importance of just social niceness. So either you're an ally or not. And it's not about Dave, but there was a decision at Energy, a mindful decision, and not even just Energy, but to say, no, we're going to take this on. And I'm just going to put it out there that in the middle of August, we're still in the middle, or like right now it's October 3rd? October something or other, 3rd. Regardless though, at the end of August, and it's not like Dave just walked in the studio and started working. And it's not like Dave got called the day before and just started working. Right? On Dave's Twitter, if I remember correctly, before it got deleted, there was a picture of him and Jasmine who just bumped into each other at some restaurant, probably at the Forks or whatever, just bumped into each other. My butt. Come on. How dumb do you think we are? Like, put the pieces together. So regardless of that, there was mindful conversation about introducing Dave into an ecosystem that is like considered LGBTQ friendly. The radio group, the Energy 106 is part of the Evanov radio group. Bill Evanov, who is the founder and used to be owner of it, one of his proudest achievements, pardon the pun, was to introduce the world's first LGBT-based radio station, focused, exclusive, 100% front-to-back programming and interest, LGBT radio station. World's first, coming out of Toronto. And it's still one of their biggest things. Bill Evanov passed away on February 28th, 2020. I don't know when the discussions with Dave started, but Paul, I've had my eyes on you ever since. Ever since Wheeler even blurted out in one of his podcast episodes that you signed off on hiring for Dave to say, if I remember correctly, the quote, I could have had it queued up, but whatever, screw it. Right? If I remember Dave, like the quote being like, are you sure? Yeah, we're sure, we're ready. Oh, what took so long? Legal paperwork? Just waiting to go ahead and have Daddy's empire all of a sudden be in your hands instead of, what's your sister's name, Christina? I don't know what your ownerships are of that, but regardless of that, did you have a different vision than your father? And you want to start changing things up? Or is this just blatant ignorance of thinking that shock equals money? Not realizing there's communities that actually matter. That who you listen to needs people to be heard. Who you broadcast to needs people to be heard. Pardon. But regardless of all that, the mindful decisions were made to bring Dave on board. The challenge with Dave is not Dave's style. It's the fact that he has punched down on the community so regularly and consistently, unapologetically, that at no point has Dave expressed visible remorse to the communities who have been affected. And then you, the LGBT radio station, insist to everyone else, no, it's cool, he's better. Where are the receipts? Where is the evidence that Dave has gone to his communities and said, I've made a mistake. I didn't realize how hurtful the things that I said are to the communities who listen to me. And to reinforce that, you would imagine that if Dave's background was against the values of Energy 106 and against the values of the Evanov radio group, you would imagine that a conversation would have been along the lines of, Dave, we want you on board. You're a great broadcaster. You're going to go ahead and generate attention, and we would love to have you in our seat. But before you do that, your public presence represents our company, meaning we need you to show atonement, to show education, to show development, to show understanding, and also clean up the crap. To clean up yesterday's shit. Short answer. Because they're not in line with how we want to represent our group. I'm not saying Dave as a person needs to clean his stuff up. What I am saying is it's astounding that Energy 106 insists to be LGBT allies, LGBTQ allies, that Evanov's going to go ahead and proudly have a proud radio station, and then allow this to happen, not thinking of the absolute disconnect representing the brands. Blows me away. Blows me away. That you think that it's not noticed. That the official statement, as I've said numerous times, is nothing but a smokescreen to go ahead and pat everybody on the head saying, no, we're here, instead of people turning tail and running away immediately. No, we're good. So that people don't automatically change their dials because of past hurt, because of past frustration, because of past experience and the repeated just presentations of, I don't care, if you're not me, I'm going to make fun of you because it benefits me, because there's other people who think the same way, who choose not to be educated or who we choose to not be morally aligned with in a sociological setting, to go ahead and generate a better culture, a better world, a better ecosystem. Right? Let's just keep punching down on people who are different or weird or strange. Because why not? Right? Because why not? So you know what? You're right. There has been a little bit of unrest in the past month. Let's see what else Tyler has to say now.
So, first off, Sarah's a really good friend of yours.
I'm just pointing that out there, that it wasn't Tyler that said Sarah's name first.
Yeah, there's Jacob. What were your thoughts? Did you kind of think when he told you there was a restructuring that you might have been let go?
Yeah, it kind of worked a little differently, which made me think that I wasn't, because Sarah actually got pulled into the office first.
Oh, okay.
And I saw her leave, and then I was second, and he instantly told me, he's like, "You're part of this. Like, you're part of this. You're part of the new show." And I thanked him, obviously, and we just kind of dove right into what that was going to be like and what that was going to look like. And honestly, it wasn't too long before I started to lose the emotional side of it and start to gain the excitement side of it, because I was humbled to be obviously with Dave Wheeler. He's a big name in media, and also just from the opportunity to be part of a new show. This is radio. Like, this happens all the time, right? Like, Sarah said it in her video when she posted it, that her and I knew that something like this would probably come eventually, and it's been in the back of our heads. Just, that's what happens, and it's all based on ratings, right? If you're not making the money, then they need to make money. A radio station is a business at the end of the day, right? So
I'm just interjecting right now for two reasons. If I remember correctly, that there was a bit of a media economical situation not terribly long ago. I don't remember what the year or the specific terminology about it, but I do remember there was some sort of contemplation. But I did read an interesting article, and I was just reading about Bill Evanov because he was a very curious individual to me. And at that time, the Evanov Radio Group employed over 300 people, and they managed to survive, just money, right? And it's just business at the end of the day. You're right, as a matter of fact. And shortly later into this video, Tyler's going to remind all of us that a lot of people don't understand this happens all the time. Again, how dumb do you think we are? Just putting it out there. Like, how different are these tiers, Tyler? How different do you think media is from us? Just out of curiosity. Do you think we never notice those changes? Especially since pretty much any time that there's some sort of radio format change, it's advertised all the time? We're not dumb. The frustration, when it's all said and done, why yes, there was a lot of frustration about Sarah being removed. But read the message. You've got somebody who's not hurtful and not hateful to the community that you insist to continue to ally and be advertising with. And then you bring in somebody who's not. That's the message. And I hope by me saying it for the 500th time, it's finally captured. Because it's frustrating to repeat the same things over and over and over and never be heard.
That are going to make them money. And so I respected that, and I know Sarah respected that as well, but that goes to show what kind of a person she is. And yeah, her and I are still best friends. We talk all the time. We still got a snap streak, so like we're all good.
That's how you know it's real, right there.
That's right. You know it's real when you got a snap streak.
Exactly. I mean, I deleted my snap because it was taking way too much of my time. But that's how it's, that's how it's a good friendship. Before we kind of take where we want to go for the most part, did you know Jasmine before she got hired?
No, and I knew Dave a little bit. I had met him a few times, but didn't really know Jasmine that much. I had met her at an event once, which is a whole different story. It was at Nightmare on Donald, and she was working at a different station, and I was working at Energy, and we were like, hi, and then that was about it. But she's been incredible, you guys. Like, Jasmine is such a beautiful person, and even through all of this, like, even when this started, I think a lot of people forgot about Jasmine, and that really hurt me, because a lot of people were saying, you fired a woman to hire Dave Wheeler, when, in fact, we actually hired Jasmine. And she's a very talented broadcaster, and she's been nothing but supportive, and her and I clicked instantly and have become just best friends right off the gate. And I think for me, it was a little disheartening to see a lot of people not focusing on the fact that there's this talented broadcaster who didn't have a job that now had this big moment in morning radio in Winnipeg.
Do I have to? Do I need to? How do I put this? For an organization that focuses on media, that focuses on audio to succeed, that is pretty tone deaf of the community's message, isn't it? Yes, there's a lot of people frustrated about firing a woman. Absolutely. Right? Because again, we're in a social, global crisis where racism is running rampant. Equality is just blowing up, or the lack thereof. The constant battle of, what defines a woman. There's a struggle about wearing masks. It's like people are yelling at each other about putting a piece of cloth on your face because of feeling oppressed or whatever, right? But again, when you really look deeper into it, what's the message of all that? One, well, masks is largely education, but the second, people are being shut down. People are being told, and have been told for their entire life, to listen to someone else, and they're expressing frustration at that. They're tired of being told what to do. They're tired of being told from up top that you need to behave like this. And yes, order is one thing. That makes sense, right? But when it's all said and done, that the constant climate of, it doesn't matter what you think, deal with it, people are responding to that. And in this case, you go ahead and Energy removes a woman who has been brought into the community and embraced by the community and has shown love and support for the community with authenticity. And this isn't about Jasmine, because then when it's still all said and done, Dave is part of it, and that's the conversation. You remove somebody who is promoting inclusivity, diversity, love, and not just to a marginalized community, but to everybody as a whole. And then replace with an individual on that team who has displayed selective interest to people who is chosen to receive. We're in a climate where women are being represented less and less. If you wanted to go ahead and talk about Jasmine still has a job, then it should be Morning Show with Jasmine. Just saying.
Yeah, and Jasmine's wicked talented too. I think I was reading up on her LinkedIn, it's not just on-air hosting that she does. She can produce. She's also done, I think, some writing as well.
Oh, she's a genius writer. She writes some of the best things for our show. She's the one that does our news feed every morning. She does Wait What? She writes these funny stories. Like, I can't say enough good things about Jasmine. She actually just sent me a message right now saying, good luck on the podcast.
Yeah, we'll have to have our own private conversations with Jasmine to see if she can come on.
Yeah, she'd be down 100%.
But, yeah, and I think so oftentimes before we kind of go into the whole explaining of what happened, when these things kind of happen, it's easy to get lost and swept up in the wave of what's going on online, and the narrative becomes Energy 106 is misogynistic because they fired Sarah for Dave. When my understanding after talking with you, and we've been talking leading up to the podcast trying to figure out how everything's been working, if Sarah was to stay on, she would have been put in the Jasmine role, and it still would have been Dave's morning show.
Yeah.
Hitting pause on there. Just good job on the journalism about asking one side of the story. Really helps develop unbiased information to share. Just throwing it out there again.
Do you know what I mean? So, I understand.
And it also comes down to, as well, you're trying to find a show that works. I don't personally know what went on behind the scenes. Again, I was told the same day that everything went down, so I don't really know. All I know is that my program director, Adam West, had a vision, and it just so happened to be that this is the way that it worked out. And that's just part of radio.
And I'm going to affirm that I've challenged what that vision is. In case you haven't seen me yet posted on Twitter, I've also emailed and have an affirmation of conversation with Adam. But what is the vision? Because regardless of what the vision is, it's not being represented. I've been saying time and time again for a month that energy has presented itself and insists to be LGBTQ plus allies, and is being selective about allyship. And as far as I could tell, that anybody they choose to be allies with is just pretty much circumstantial to the fact that they're listening anyway. They're not listening to the people who they insist to listen to as a whole. They're only listening to the loving faithful that some may be queer, some may be bi, some may be trans. And then we're looking at other groups where some may be disabled and some may be of color, right? And they're like, oh, cool, right? Come on in. That means that because I pay attention to you, that there I'm doing my job. No, allyship is not selective. Allyship is not, a decision of I like this group because they like me back. Like Nick said in our DMs, you can't go ahead and be like, I have a black friend, therefore I'm not racist. That's not how it works. That's not how allyship works. Allyship is looking at an entire community and listening to the community as a whole and listening to the concerns and making sure to do decisions that are in the best interest with that community. With is the key word. And I'm telling you right now that later on you're going to go ahead and address us as a small but loud group, and then later hateful, and I'm going to share with you a definition about hate just as a reminder. But this small yet loud group are the ones who don't give up about not being heard. The reason why other people have not said as much anymore are two reasons. One, they've given up on you and given up on themselves, frankly. That it's exhausting to fight for what's right. And it's exhausting to go ahead and continue to try to generate reason with the unreasonable. And it's frustrating, and then those people go ahead and be like, I need to do just something more proactive with my life. And good for them. And they can go ahead and offer elements of, let's call it a silent protest, where they choose to not participate in your activities, to go ahead and boycott your radio station and your partners and so on, and that's fine. And that's good, because they're making the most of their individual effort, and good for them, and I appreciate that, and I want that to continue. But you have to understand that the frustration right out of the box was with passion across the board. And then you get people who get exhausted because they don't get heard. And it's the constant expectation. Media changes, tell everyone else to shut up, because as long as you go ahead and you've got the money and the assets to outride the concern, you win. except for the fact that you're completely missing the fact you have a social responsibility to be morally aligned with being a good human. So you make an official statement affirming to go ahead and be good humans, simply, socially responsible, good corporate citizens, to be inclusive, include diversity, equity, with respect, and don't. What you could have done is said that we're doing a formatting change and we're deciding to go with a shock jock culture, and I want to thank the LGBTQ community members that we've had, and we're going to remove our alignment with that community so that we can change our station culture. And we thank you for your patronage. Feel free to listen if you'd like. But instead, no, you throw a smokescreen at a community, hoping that your loving faithful will stay while you do whatever you want anyway. Go ahead, Adam. This is your chance to tell me what the actual vision was. Because if I'm wrong, I'd love to hear it. Because whatever the vision isn't happening. Because I can tell you what I saw vision as. I'll save it for later when I'm actually a little salty.
It's just, honestly, it happens every single day across the country. It really, and people are replacing people all the time. This is not something that's new, and I just think because of who it was, obviously it got a little more attention than it probably would have been if it was anybody else.
But don't you think that's what Energy was going for, though? Like, I heard the ratings weren't great, and, I mean...
We're in a pandemic.
I mean, here's the thing. If the ratings were good, we wouldn't have changed anything.
We're in a pandemic. Things different.
That's kind of, you know...
Yeah, literally.
That's how my dialogue has changed a lot over the course of the last month. It was, and somebody actually, I was reading a tweet about it, and they were like, you know, it was a great show, but nobody was listening to it. So we had to take something, and we had to make something from that. And it's, again, a business. Like, we need to make money. And
So I want to make sure to understand that businesses can only succeed without moral alignment. Is that what we're saying? Because I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly that it's not possible for a business to be profitable and good corporate citizens without being authentic to their clients. That's the message that I'm hearing, right? Just let me know if I'm wrong.
ratings bring in revenue, and that's just kind of the end of that. And Uber brings in a lot of people. Uber has a very big fan base, and I've noticed that over the course of the last month, and that's pretty much the only reason why.
Quite literally, right? And I mean, even so, from this whole thing, Sarah's new show, I listened to on the radio because I was interested, and I do not think I would have listened to radio at night if I didn't know she was there. Like, I don't listen to radio, and now I'm being drawn in because of everything that's happening, right? So, like,
well, that's awesome because, like, I want everybody in Winnipeg radio to have success. I don't want it just to be us. I want everybody to find their own success in what they do. And I think she's going to be great at that role. I really do.
I'm just going to jump in on that because I can. I wish I brought my tea kettle. Anyway, you're right. Everybody does deserve success, and they deserve it on their assets. What that doesn't mean is that everyone's privileged to succeed. Fundamentally, right and wrong exists no matter who you are or what you do. And you've got an army of individuals who are trying to make a break in media, in radio, and there's just no seats available. What you could have done is, if you wanted to go ahead and help people create their success, and you want to try something different, right? And you needed to do a shake-up and still get rid of Sarah, or you, right? Grab an up-and-comer. People would listen to something new, right? But let's just recycle hate. Why not? Because hate is sensational, and media survives on sensationalism. Going back to what I was talking about before when it comes to education, when it comes to the information being provided, to communities, right? And when it comes to the momentum about change, regardless of if it's a social movement like Black Lives Matter, right? Or if the abolish the police bit, or wearing a masks, or coronavirus, or so on, right? Because I'm just going to chuck it out there. Let's use this as an example. There were protests in Hong Kong, and then all of a sudden nobody knew about the protests in Hong Kong because of a virus. And then all of a sudden the virus is making a whole bunch of noise, right? And then the COVID starts happening, and that's getting a little wild and crazy. And then George Floyd gets murdered. And now that's number one in the radio with a little bit of talk about COVID because we've got it under control, at least locally. I can't speak for many other places. Right? But George Floyd, and then racism, and Black Lives Matter, and then the movements, and then the pressure on businesses to start recognizing that as well, and so on, and I can go on. And then, right, instead of continuing the focus on Black Lives Matter, then it was about Trump being upset, and then it's about the flag with the NFL again. And then all of a sudden it goes to the election, and then COVID again, because bubble sports. Do you see what I'm talking about? Anyone remember what's going on in Hong Kong? Just asking. Because that didn't end, by the way. So go ahead. And you just keep recycling just nonsense. You want to go ahead and shake things up and try something new? Shake things up with something new. With somebody who hasn't done anything visibly to hurt people? And especially not with somebody who's done things to hurt people for profit via sensationalism and has done it unapologetically and has not stopped either.
Yeah, she is pretty good at it. I listened to it. It's very good.
So did I. I was listening the first show. I had to. I was like, and I texted her. I'm like, oh my god, that's great.
I believe it. How could you not, right? I think, right? Because I interned, and I won't specify which radio station I interned with last year just because of privacy's sake, but I interned with a radio station last year, and the guys were telling me, like, you know, this happens a lot. I got shuffled around. This is my third time here. Like, I got fired 4 years ago. So-and-so got fired from TV. So-and-so, this is his first round. So-and-so's from Ontario. Like, radio's a fickle business.
It's not, honestly, it's not for everybody.
Discrimination is not for anybody either, Tyler. End of story. Discrimination does not have levels. Discrimination does not have certain amounts of permission. People can cope with it differently, but at no point is it allowed generally. You can't just go ahead and discriminate and then hope the other person's cool with it. That's not a responsibility for the person who's been discriminated upon. Because would you not imagine that it's a better use of mental health, time, and energy for somebody who's suffered discrimination to go ahead and succeed in their life instead of having to take that time to go ahead and process how they choose to process? Whether they go ahead and have different coping mechanisms, whether they go ahead and have to go to a counselor because that was the last straw, or whether they go ahead and they've finished their life because they can't handle it anymore. That's responsibility being put on somebody for an event that didn't have to happen in the first place because there's no reason for discrimination to exist, period.
And I remember one of the first things when I was going to radio school, my teachers were like, this is not an easy business. You're going to love your job, but the rest of it is not easy because there's a lot of movements, there's a lot of moving, there's a lot of uncertainty. And that's just what comes with the entire industry. And I think a lot of people are focusing on just specifically energy right now, just because that this has been such a big moment in radio. But I think it's opening a lot of eyes to what the industry is.
So you're saying that the industry is inauthentic. You're saying that the industry doesn't recognize its community as individuals, and instead the ears are nothing more than bandwidth, right? And bandwidth is what you need to go ahead and use to provide to potential advertisers about value, right? So what you're saying when it's all said and done is that radio is just simply talking to a bunch of mindless individuals hoping that they listen back. Got it. Cool. That's really nice. Because where I come from, you can run an operation regardless if it's a business, if it's a team, if it's if you're volunteering at an event, whatever. You can be kind and still succeed. So I just want to make sure I understand correctly that media, to make sure I heard, right, is about sensationalism, right? Not about being kind, but about generating traffic because of shock. I want to make sure that we're on the same page, right? Because if it is, cool. That's awesome. So then why did Energy go ahead and affirm to be allies? Because you can't be allies on a selective experience. So what is it? Are you going to be sensational or are you going to be allies?
I think a lot more people are realizing, okay, you know, like, this is something that happens all the time. Like, literally all the time.
You know, and thinking about it, I'm a big sports guy. So you hear about this a lot in sports, you know. So-and-so's job's on the line, the team hasn't been doing well, so they swing hard for a big player. You know, to use a recent example, when Paul George first got sent to the Clippers, a bunch of people were like, oh shit, Paul George and Kawhi. Now everybody's like, what a stupid trade.
Roberto Osuna ended up in Houston, off the top of my head. Texas? Houston, Texas? Whatever. Anyway, just put it out there that when he was with the Blue Jays, there was a concern about a domestic issue, was there not? And then when the Blue Jays said, nuh-uh, we want none of that, because nuh-uh, the fact that another team chose to pick him up didn't go without noise either. And I'm pretty sure that got even worse. Was there not a conversation in a clubhouse? So glad we got Osuna, or however it goes, around a group of women journalists. That wasn't received too well. And I'm pretty sure they didn't exactly succeed with him closing either. But again, I'm just putting it out there that just like sports, being kind is relevant, regardless how big of a swinger you are.
Hindsight's 20/20, depending on how things turn out. I don't know Adam West at all. I don't know what the situation is. I can't imagine low ratings.
How do you go ahead and have an interview without your homework? Just asking.
Are a relaxing feeling when you're a program director. If this is what he feels is best, like, obviously people don't have to like that. You don't have to think that's morally sound. You don't have to agree with it. I would just ask that people understand where people are coming from.
Gonna interject with that. That's bold. You want people to understand where the decisions of Energy are coming from while being flatly ignorant to the concerns on the other side of the fence. And very simply, why do you need to understand decisions when an official statement has been made? I'd love to say in black and white, but it's in blue and yellow and super difficult to read. But it's there, in print, with an affirmation, saying a whole bunch of baloney, but those are the last words that Energy has to work with. That's their statement, their affirmation to the community. There's nothing else to understand because they're telling you what it is, but they're not doing it.
Completely. Right before we kind of jump to judgments of personal character and condemning people for this and that, whether you think it's the right decision or not, you don't have to agree. I'm not saying you must bow down to the Energy 106 altar. I'm just saying, take a second and think, okay, what's going on? What are they trying to go for? How does this work out? How does this play out? Because I don't know Dave Wheeler at all. I don't even know Jasmine. Like, I don't know Adam West. I don't know these people. I don't think it's fair for me to sit here and cast judgment upon them for doing the things that they did, whether or not I would have done the same thing.
That's a really, really, really strong point to make, because a lot of people, I feel, especially with social media, they feel like they know somebody based on looking at a profile online. So they'll look at my Instagram profile and then they can just send me a message based on how they feel, but they've never actually met me.
I just got to interject it right now here. Dave Wheeler, using as an example, has podcasts all over the place. And they're available on a variety of platforms. And he's got his own website. And there's just more than enough recorded information, documented information from journalists that I would assume that if a journalist is doing his or her job properly, it would be there. So I'm just asking if that's really the right thing to say, because especially with Wheeler's podcast pretty much being him unplugged, it's pretty easy to say. As a matter of fact, there's a podcast I feel compelled to listen to that is, what was it called here? It was actually put out on the 29th, where, if I remember correctly, it is one day after this interview was done. But on Wheeler After Dark, it is on September 29, 2020, called The Social Solution. Everyone has an opinion, and assholes. We all have both. 56-minute long podcast, and it makes me wonder how bad I need to spend an hour to listen to that. But with that being said, Wheeler's presented his vision, and he hasn't done anything to make atonement for anything in the past. That's the frustration. The fact that you've got an individual that energy is insisting everyone's allies for, but you've got no receipts to show.
They don't know my tone. They don't know where I'm coming from. And that's the same place with Dave and Jasmine and Adam. Nobody's talked to Dave.
You guys don't respond!
About this in this way in 2 years since he was let go.
I have asked so many questions, so many times, with no response.
And now that he's coming back, he was ready to have those conversations. And especially on the first two shows, we opened the phone lines up to live caller.
No, screw this. Listen. You don't go ahead and you introduce somebody controversial to a radio station and then ask the people who have been hurt to come to you to listen. Because one, that's disgusting marketing. All you're doing is you're generating revenue from getting people who are hurt to be force-fed your show to listen so they know when is a good time to click in. Advertisers love it, and you don't look like you drop off the map because of your first episode. Don't play dumb. Second, you don't go ahead and have an individual who hurts, offends, discriminates, whatever, and then offer to apologize or have a conversation, but you gotta come to his yard first. I used an example that I gave to Nick, as a matter of fact, when him and I were DMing later. Hey, and by the way, content warning, I do apologize for anyone who's going to get hurt from this, but I need to use a solid example. If you have been raped, and you get an email from your rapist saying he'll come and you can get an apology from him, but you have to go to his house first to hear it? Would you go? Use your brain, man! You're telling people to come crawl to your yard for some form of atonement that literally isn't even authentic because broadcasting standards demand what can and can't be said. Like, why am I the one explaining this to you? Like, it's just unbelievable.
For 30 minutes on both shows, and we were really trying to give people a platform to be like, hey, this is a public platform.
Twitter's a public platform, so is Instagram and Facebook, and there's other methods of public platforms such as standing outside buildings, sitting in a park, being on the phone, yelling, and everything else.
We want to talk about these things, and we want to have a conversation.
Only at your place and your way.
It was something that I really wanted him to do. It was something that I know Adam really wanted him to do, and we did that. And there were some good questions in there. There was a lot of love for him, obviously, from his fans coming in, which is what we expected. But there were some good questions in there, and there was a lot of good response. And whether or not it's what you wanted to hear, it was a conversation. And I think those conversations all lead up to something bigger at the end of the day. And And it's a dialogue that we need to start, whether it be about transphobia or homophobia or whatever it is. We need more conversations about them because we need more allies.
This was when I took my first break, by the way. And I'm going to take that break again just to fill up my tea. Because this coming out of your mouth, Tyler, transphobia and homophobia, etc. phobia. If you know an individual presents that and then validate it, that doesn't mean you don't share that. That means you believe in it as well. You believe in it as well. Which means you're part of the problem. So don't you dare on your just platform use that word allies again until you understand what it means to really be an ally.
We don't need to close the door on people. This is my opinion, by the way. But we don't need to close the door on people and then have less people at Pride. I would rather open the door to conversations, let people come in, and then join me at Pride, where we have everybody there, because everybody understands.
This upcoming Pride would be my first Pride to attend. Because it's taken me so long to be comfortable to come out. And I've come out with a purpose. For starters, if things don't change with Energy 106, I personally would be revolted to see you there, and the fact that there's any business affiliations that's still considered to just hang with Energy is beyond me. And not for the LGBTQ stuff, not for the Pride stuff, but what organization in their right mind would go ahead and insist to have values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and so on, and then align with Energy or the Evanov Radio Group, who clearly don't display those? But I'll tell you right now, Tyler, is that if you're going to be at Pride, which I would expect, regardless if it's with a business affiliation or not, if Dave's an ally, he should be there too, right? And he's going to be there having a great time with everybody, really inclusive, answering all the questions, or is he just going to have work to do?
I don't like shutting doors on people. That's never been a part of me. And that's why when Dave got hired, I was so excited, because I thought this is going to be such a good learning experience for not just him, but for me as a person that wants more allies. And I was like, I'm really excited about this opportunity. I really am.
That's a really profound statement, in my opinion, anyway. Because I remember my first thing when I heard about the news was, how's Tyler feel about this? And like you said, I think it's so mature of you to say we should want more allies. And when you kind of expressed that to me leading up to this conversation, I kind of thought, he's right. Isn't a more productive use of our time to cheer for Dave Wheeler to learn and grow and become a better person?
Why would we need to worry about Dave learning to be a better person when it's already been affirmed that he's done the work? Why do we need to worry about any airtime or any experience that Dave has with Energy 106 when it's been affirmed by you, Tyler, as a matter of fact? And I'm pretty sure that it was on an interview on CTV, I think, if I remember correctly, about that he's done his homework, right? That he spent the last 2+ years now, being a better person, learning, understanding, studying, and he's going to prove it. 2 questions then. 1, back to what I said. Why do we need to wait and listen to get this experience? And then 2, why do we need to wait for it to be proven? Because if you've done your work, you're showing it. Because one of the first things you need to understand when it comes to being discriminative is to show remorse for it. To apologize. To say, I've gotten better, and let me show you how, by action. Not by talk, but by showing that you've learned. And then, after showing that you've learned to be a better individual in the situation that needs to be bettered at, you say, I'm sorry. I've made a mistake. I've done what I can to learn, and I'm willing to show you that I've got it. Will you forgive me? And then you might go ahead and be fortunate enough to receive forgiveness. But you got to show the receipts instead of just saying you looked around and you figured it out.
I would hate for somebody to screw up and then just be outcast into society. If I screwed up and I got
I've been outcast my entire life!
outcast into society, I would feel angry at society. And obviously, it's not to say that it justifies his actions. It's not to say that things that we do in the past, we've all done things that we're not proud of. We've all done things that are wrong, depending on the scale of what you've done wrong and to who. It's not saying you have to justify what they've done in the past. It's not to say that people are, I can't remember where I was going with that, but it's not, people are not the things that they've done in the past.
People do not have valid reason to expect an assumption of being anything different if there has been no action to show that it's been done. I graduated in 1998. If I was to go to, let's just assume a 25th year graduation thingamajigger, I have no contact with anybody from high school. Would they expect Taylor to show up? They wouldn't know unless I've told them or have shown them that I'm a much different person and I'm a much better person and Lord, I am a much more fierce person. And they would have no clue unless I have shown them my growth. They can't assume that I'm anybody different than their last memory of me.
Necessary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. And I look at who I was at the start of all of this, and I'm a different person right now than I was ago. And I'm like, I look at things that I said even a month ago, and I'm like, why would I have said that? Why did I do that? Because now I've learned so much in 4 weeks that my head is ready to explode, and I just feel like I feel like a happier person because I don't want to be just spewing hate anymore. I'm like, no, I need to understand where these people are coming from, and I want to try and show these people, if it's something that I'm educated on, let's just use a goofy example, Lady Gaga. I love her. But if somebody is saying, ooh, she did this or she did this and she didn't, I want to be able to sit them down and say, hey, listen, I'm educated in this. Let me tell you where you were wrong in this statement, and let's work on that, and let's move past that.
Yeah.
Because don't...
Where do you want me to start? Do you want the constant stream of comments and questions on all your platforms questioning the decision and trying to have a conversation about their life experience and their frustration and their confusion? Do you want me to start there? Or how about the fact that there's, again, like, what do you have, right? Right now, it's theories and promises. Dave's better, I know. Cool. No, it's cool. Like I was just on like whatever. I was just scribbling some stuff, and I figured out how to solve the start of the universe. But whatever, right? Like I'll show it later, right? But
come on. Like, let's think about this realistically for a minute here. If all we do is hate,
stopping right there. This word hate is going to come up so frequently in this podcast. I'm frustrated by that. Because for starters, Tyler, to go ahead and use the word hate as the action is not fair. It is not fair, take note of this because it's not exactly the first time either, it is not fair to see something from someone else and interpret it your way and then tell them they're doing your perception. What you receive may feel hateful. Okay? You may perceive and receive the words, the dialogue, the questions, the frustration as hateful. I'm not saying that's not everything. I am completely open-minded to the fact that some things are hateful. But to generalize negativity as hate, that's a you thing. That's your perception. To insist that people are being hateful is very closed-minded. These individuals, such as myself, are expressing frustration, curiosity. Me, for example, I've never once had a drop of hate. I've just wondered, what the hell is energy doing? What the hell is Evanov doing? There's no hate. Look at anything I've ever said. Anything I've ever said. Have I ever said anything beyond objectiveness? Have I ever said anything that looks and appears or is performed by a source of opinion? Or can I go back on the reality of facts? Can I back everything up that I have with a definition? With an example? Not once have I expressed hate. And I'm looking forward to having our meeting. I would never meet you if I hated you. I would, like, personally, as an individual, I don't even give people a chance for hate. If you're not in, you don't even exist. You less than hate, you're nothing. So to just blanket negative feedback as hate, all that's doing by expressing that, and it's frustrating with every second that this podcast is up, is it's just fanning the flames of your fan base. Yeah, they hate us. Screw them. They'll never understand. Nah. And that's why we need to have a conversation. This needs to happen on a platform that's something that can be shared to be heard by both sides so that there's understanding. So that those individuals can go ahead and realize that perhaps the wrong words were said. Perhaps that we didn't realize, we never thought about this, we didn't know, we never got educated, as you insist that people need to be. Really reflect on that, demanding people to be educated and to look on both sides and ask, what market are you really asking that to happen to?
and hate on this, then what is that doing? It's not doing anything. Whereas if we have people, if we would love to have people come on the show and educate and teach.
I've been trying to raise awareness along with many other people for a month. And we've been ignored. We've been rejected. We've had comments deleted because they were unfavorable, even though there was nothing offensive about them. You want guests who are aligned with you. That's not a conversation. That's just biasing your propaganda.
And just blow our minds with things that we didn't even hear about before.
Your minds are going to get blown by the time I'm done with everybody. I'm just putting it out there. I am not done. This is my affirmation. This is my official statement. I am not done until Energy 106 recognizes their official statement and either be authentic about what their true values are or represent them. And not even just Energy 106, but because Paul Evanov himself signed off on Wheeler being on board and saying we'll just handle things with PR, Paul Evanov needs to recognize this as well. I'm not done blowing your minds until this is recognized and fixed.
People will always do that on social media. They hate, and then when it comes down to actually having a conversation in person, they back away.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Screw it. Who backs away? Except energy. You have turned tail. You have blocked comments on difficult conversations. Like Ellen, for example, that post about that. Your talk on this podcast. As I mentioned, deleting comments on platforms that allow comments to be deleted. Who's running? Oh, wait, hang on. What are the other ones? Not responding to emails, blocking receiving emails, having snarky responses when it comes to texting the line and then not receiving any type of feedback. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Running away from the conversation.
I don't understand that. And again, this is all my personal opinion. I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody here.
I'm just going to start you with one piece of advice. Stop the opinions and start with the facts.
I found in the last month with all of this, nobody wanted to have a conversation with me aside from you. Honestly.
Should I just keep pausing or just playing? Because, like...
And it really broke my heart that nobody wanted to just sit down. Instead, they went to either hate on me, or hate on Dave, or hate on his family, or death threats, or bullying, or name-calling, or homophobia towards me, or any of that.
I'm going to reinforce that there's no space in society for that, because if you want to go ahead and fight on behalf of discrimination, you cannot be discriminative.
It blew my mind that those people were going towards that direction rather than a direction of, okay, Tyler, we need to sit down and talk about this, and we need to make sure that Dave has learned from this. But it was none of that.
You're also putting a pretty high standard on a demographic. Okay? I'm just going to put it out there. You're creating an expectation for people to respond how you want. Okay? That's not how life works. Just because you feel you're an excellent person doesn't assume that everybody in your interaction is going to mirror your performance, your values. There are fundamental values that have no reason not to be universal. Discrimination is a great start. But to expect someone to communicate the same way as you, to expect someone to have the confidence and the bravery to have a difficult conversation as you, even though it's... I've reached out daily, asking questions, as I'm sure many other people have, looking for the talk, to raise awareness about the inauthenticity being presented.
It was mind-blowing to me.
You're a big boy, right? Like, I feel like you'd be able to handle it. If somebody said to you, Tyler, I love you, you're a great guy, I think you're off base with this comment. Where were you coming from? Like, I don't think you'd freak out and be like, how fucking dare you? You
Not at all. No, if anything, I'd be like, oh my god, okay, tell me why. Like, I want to know why, and I want to hear why, because I want to...
is this the part where I'm supposed to, again, address the constant questioning?
Be a better person. Yeah, who I am, and I'm not saying, and I have to watch what I say, because people are taking things so out of context over the last month, and I'm not saying that everybody that was messaging me was doing that, but there was a strong, small, loud group, and they were the ones that were being the loud and hateful ones. And
You know what? I forgive you for not using Sarah's name earlier, because you can't use, well, mine, for example. And I just said, not once have I ever said anything hateful. I've been asking questions, objective questions, with objective reasoning. So this broadcast, stressing that people who are concerned about their community by Energies and Evanov's inauthenticity is hate. Oh. Okay.
quite honestly, some of them still are. But it's a very small group, but they're very loud. Whereas you have all the support, and they don't want to vocalize their support because the hate is loud. And if they start to vocalize their support, the haters just come at them.
Do you know why the haters come at them? Because there's no space on this planet for discrimination, Tyler. Short answer. There is no space on this planet for discrimination, regardless of what it is. Regardless if it's gender identity, gender expression, religious indifference, race, if I said it already, quality of living, age, body type, weight, disability, education, political stance, family values. If you align with discrimination and the expression of it, you are discriminative and you need to be told. You are allowed to have different values. Absolutely. But to go ahead and punch down on others is not cool. And to be in a community that allows that to happen, that's where the education comes in. That's where the education comes in. That's where the aggressiveness comes in. Like I said, you can't just have a black friend and not be racist. You have to practice actions to show that you're supporting the community, that you're defending racist actions. And for everybody. You can't do everything in that and then some, for example, for, let's say, Black Lives Matter, and then ignore our local Filipino community. Just, you can't be selective about your values.
Yeah. So publicly seeing maybe all the love and support, maybe you're seeing more of it now, but just that, like, I wasn't alone in this. There was a lot of love coming my way, a lot of support from the community, from everybody, and there was a lot of love, and there were a lot of good conversations. I went to the beer can this past Friday, and I had such an honest conversation with two people that didn't understand why the show was Dave, Jasmine, and Tyler. Didn't understand why the name was like that, why my name was at the end, why Dave's was in front, why Jasmine's was in the middle, and I had an honest conversation with them about it, and I told them exactly that it was okay. And we had we figured it out. And I was like, more of this. I don't need people going on Twitter being like, oh, they put Tyler's name at the end. How awful. Well, no, actually, I really enjoy it. Like, you got to have those conversations to really understand what's going on, especially in an industry that maybe you're not totally educated in.
There is no industry on this planet where discrimination has some sort of different value than the next. It doesn't matter if you're in media, if you're in hospitality, if you're whatever. Discrimination is discrimination. And if you've got an individual who's discriminative and you support it, and that individual does not show atonement for that, you support it. And you're being discriminative by that.
Especially, like, I think sometimes there is this irrational fear that if you have a conversation with somebody, they're trying to get you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not trying to say, oh, they're out there thinking that, because who the fuck is they? I know that is a belief kind of held that's become more public as the years have gone on. That being said, like, you're very articulate, you're very well spoken, you're very well read. Like, you do this shit for a living, you talk for a living, right? Like, I can't imagine anybody coming to you honestly and being like, hey, Tyler, I don't know what to think about all this, and you fucking that up.
Well, I guess if you don't respond, you can't fuck that up. So, hey, call that a win.
Yeah. Right? Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Kanan and I are being really vulnerable having you on talking about this, but I think it's so important to, like...
You have no concept what vulnerability is. I understand what you're saying. But congratulations for putting, just like media, putting an edgy show up to get the attention there. Really vulnerable when you've got a return on your investment. Super vulnerable.
Vocalize publicly your support for people that you care about. Like, you're my friend. I have your back. It doesn't mean I agree with you on everything. It doesn't mean that everything you do I think is amazing, right? Like, I think I've told you this. I don't think our pop's that good.
I don't think I'll ever forgive you for that, but that's okay. Because one day you'll listen to it again, and one day you'll realize that it's an actual masterpiece. But that's okay.
I'll figure it out. Maybe 5 years.
Actually, that's a really good example. And you know why it is? Especially with music tastes. See how different they are, and how everybody's listening to something different. Look at the music we're playing on radio stations. All the music is different across the board. You can't find the music we're playing really on any other station aside from you. And you have to find what you like and what you don't like, and that just kind of comes...
Anyone know what Energy 106 in Ireland plays? Just throwing it out there.
Show. We're trying to provide you a fun, accepting, entertaining show full of pop culture news and local things that you need to know.
You're accepting. Selectively accepting. But you're accepting.
If that's up your alley, then give us a shot, and you might love it. And if you find something that you don't like or you're not a fan, there's other options.
Yeah. So let's get into the part where I might punch a hole in the wall out of frustration.
And the one where I might cry, because that probably happens.
I'm going to back this part up here. Upcoming is the discussion regarding death threats, and I want to preface this one more time. At no point in your life do you have the privilege to threaten someone else with death. Okay? At no point is your stance on life higher than another person's, so much so that you feel you can threaten with death and that be acceptable. Because it's not. It won't be. And if you've sent Tyler a death threat, or Adam, or Dave, or anyone else, you apologize. You owe it to them, yourself, and your community to apologize and to be a better person.
If you do, that's all good. We don't mind at all. And if you need a second, please let us know. Because, oh my, like, one of my friends told me the number of death threats he received, and I was so mad. Like, oh my Jesus Christ. I can't believe people would come at you with death threats for your friend getting fired. Like, that just fucking boggles my mind. That people...
Like, I'm not even crying about
I'm going to explain the boggling the mind part while I can. I didn't plan on interrupting this. I actually didn't plan on interrupting as many things. I never... There were so many things to talk about in this. Oh, we're not even close to half to done. The boggling the mind part, if I may, the death threats is an expression of frustration. It's an emotional response. I'm not saying it's an acceptable response, but it's an emotional response of being fed up. Not necessarily even by this one incident. It could be something that's just the only thing that's been known ever since being juvenile and being represented as juvenile. But it's the only way to show a coping mechanism for maximum frustration. This bothers me so much, I want it out of my life. And I'm willing to deal with all the consequence for it, is what that message is. I'm not saying it's an okay message, and that goes back to what I'm saying, that anyone who's uttered a death threat needs to get themselves fixed to learn how to cope it better. Fix isn't the right word, I shouldn't even say that, but I will apologize for using that because I think you understand what I'm saying. That ain't right. It ain't right. Whether you need to go see counseling, whether you need to go ahead and, as I mentioned, show atonement for it, ultimately, absolutely showing an apology from the heart. But there's no space in your life or anyone's life to send or receive a death threat. One of the magics of the internet is anonymity, of being able to say whatever you want and think you get away with it. And the challenge is, one, you actually don't as much as you think you do. And second, all you're doing is you're creating problems. Be part of the solution.
I honestly think of who I was in high school and how the bullying affected me when I was in high school. And I'm a stronger person now. I can handle this. People can come at me with whatever hate they want or whatever opinions they want, and I'm okay. But I know a lot of people that wouldn't be okay with that, and I wonder if they got that and the things that they might do. And that's a scary situation for me to think about. Because the amount that I received in a short period of time is fine. But it would not be okay to somebody that it isn't okay to. And I'm not saying it was okay for me. I'm just saying that it was okay because I was able to handle it. Like, man, I'm going to give you an example. And I haven't really shared this with a lot of people. But I had 3 guys. I won't say who they are. I won't say anything about them. Because I respect that. And I hope one day they will look at this experience and they will realize what they did is wrong. But they were commenting on pictures of my friend who passed away from cancer. That glad he's dead. When is that ever okay? There's not a time that's ever okay. You're allowed to have an opinion. You're allowed to disagree. You're allowed to not like the show. You're not allowed to bully, and you're not allowed to do that stuff to anybody ever. And man, I look at that and it made me sick. Because again,
I have to interject. This is a pretty powerful moment from Tyler. I have to interject. It's not okay to bully. Remember those words, Tyler. It's not okay to bully. So if it's not okay to bully, why do we support a bully?
I think of other people that are going to high school right now, or going to junior high, or haven't been in the same situation as me, that maybe have been able to grow from that. You know, you look at suicide rates, you look at anything like that,
Let's finish this part.
Harm, and more people are doing that.
Instead of telling to look at suicide rates, Tyler, why don't we talk about those, okay? I'm going to talk about personal experience. Being a trans woman, right? Let's go ahead and talk suicide. Depending on the study that you look at, between Canada, US, and UK, you can have an up to 44% suicide rate from trans individuals. Different studies based on different demographics and so on, but collectively between those three, right, the last thing that I ended up seeing, 44%, up to 44% of trans individuals commit suicide. Fun fact, approximately 0.5% of Canadians are considered to be transgender based on what they've provided to their doctor, just other known stuff or this or that, but long and short of it, it's a general assumption because we don't have a method right now of actually really identifying on paper who is across the board, right, as trans, but 0.5, and in and around right now, that means that's about 1 in every 200 people are trans in Canada. And if up to 44% of those people commit suicide, that's a big number, isn't it? And then beyond that, up to 70%, give or take, I think it's like 67 or something like that. Over 60%, let's use that as a number, over 60% have considered suicide. And I'm one of them. So you want to talk suicide rates? You want to talk bullying? You want to talk shit in high school? You want to go ahead and talk about how things are all crappy, but you're going to go ahead and have somebody in your backyard and tell everybody else to forgive them because you're cool with it? Give me a break, man.
And that's because of comments and things like that, because they eat
Because of comments and things like that.
away at you. I read a really interesting article that it says it takes 7 to 8 positive comments to make up for one comment that comes across like they're bullying you. 7 to 8 positive comments to make up for that one. Now again, you can dislike the show, you can have an opinion, but it is.
I'm going to challenge you to find me 7 to 8 positive comments that Dave Wheeler has said about transgendered individuals, and then 7 to 8 positive comments that Dave has said about, no, you know what? 14 to 16 positive comments that Dave has said about black individuals. 7 to 8 positive comments that Dave has said about Indigenous individuals. 7 to 8 positive comments that Dave has said about about women, right? And actually, let's extend that about women who are concerned about their weight. That should cover, off the top of my head, Dave remarking about his stance on trans individuals, up to and including the reference of being a dog. That should cover the Blackface episode of on his podcast that was released, I believe, 2 days after George Floyd got murdered. That should cover the Black Olives Matter podcast episode, which was done on August 14th, 2020, by the way. That should cover that episode. It should cover the, I hope I don't pronounce this incorrectly. Oh, you know what? No, sorry. We're going to do 14 to 16 on this one, because that's going to cover, please forgive me if I mispronounce it, the, what's Wahan? There was a protest that Dave mocked, saying it looks like an anus. And then Eishia Hudson. And then that should also cover the carnival game, as you're going to be discussing later. So collectively, 7 to 8 of each of those. I would absolutely love if you can show me examples of those. Oh, you know what? No. We're actually going to do 14 to 16 for trans as well, just because of that sweet YouTube video that I ended up finding, that I challenged on, that ended up getting put to private. after I challenged it. And I'm going to put it out there really quickly that shows no growth. That shows no understanding of it being a problem, because trying to put it away and hide it means the beliefs still exist. It means that it still matters enough to hold on to, instead of saying, I've grown, I've been a better person, this is not right, and delete it. So we're going to go 14 to 16 for trans individuals as well, because aside from the comments of not believing it's a thing in the first place, unless you do the full gender bit, then the sweet transgender transformer video, as funny as it is, we're going to have atonement for that too. So like you said, you've done the homework on that, which is fantastic. So 7 to 8 for each one. And those are all examples of things where there have been no atonement for. So you can go ahead and get that ball rolling, and then we can get back on that.
Never, and this has been my message throughout all of this, it is never okay to bully. Ever. And for me, reading those comments, guys, like, this is what it does to somebody.
My question is, at what point does the narrative become, Tyler Carr is a wonderful representative of the community. We love him. He's going to lead Pride. He's this, he's that.
While you're checking your phone, Nick, a wonderful representative also is authentic to the values represented by whatever's being shown.
Sorry. You know, he's going to lead Pride. You know, he's always at Fame, and he's in the community, and he's a great role model to he should die. And I'm glad his friend's dead. How do we flip from one end of the spectrum to the other?
And you know, I don't want to say that it's all from the community, because it wasn't. It was.
And I'm not trying to insinuate that.
No, it was very much a mixture. But yeah, I definitely had people in the community doing those things. And you know what was really interesting? And I respect every single person that sent me something like that and then apologized. Because for me, that was powerful. And that is totally what I respect. And I forgave everybody, and I will always do that. You can say whatever you want, and then if you come around and you are going to apologize, I will be there with open arms giving you a hug. Well, not now because of COVID, but like, you know. And it was a moment for me to be like, this is what I'm trying to say. This is, you just proved exactly what I have been personally trying to say. And that's, we need to forgive people.
Forgiveness is not a default. To assume somebody is hurt or offended by your action and put the responsibility on that person to automatically forgive without you showing sorrow, that's not how forgiveness works. You have to display sorrow to earn forgiveness. Some people are naturally forgiving because they feel as an individual you're a better person and it was something just out of your normal pattern of living and are already being like, oops, that's a slip, let's go from there. But to just assume forgiveness, that's not how it works. That is a hall pass for letting other people be discriminative and then telling everyone else to just get over it. And it blows my mind hearing it come from you, Tyler. And it blows my mind hearing it come from anybody on behalf of Energy 106, all about LGBTQ, community inclusive, minority groups, get over here, let's all buddy. And it blows my mind coming from the Evanov radio group, which has Proud FM, super happy about that. It's got Hot 100.5, which it's advertising as catering towards young, up-and-coming, and successful women. It's got, CKJS 810 AM, which is an all-ethnic radio station. broadcasting in all sorts of languages to be inclusive, all groups that are discriminated against, and coming from your own lips on behalf of Energy 106, on behalf of the Energy or the Evanov Radio Group, to tell us to just forgive. Where are you?
Saying that everybody needs to forgive Dave Wheeler. I'm not saying anybody needs to forgive anybody. Just open your heart to that and see what type of people.
People have been asking for Lord knows how long for visible atonement. People have been asking for, where is Dave's representation of sorrow? There are people with the open heart just waiting to see the receipts.
Will apologize, learn and grow, and that you can accept. It can really honestly change your life because it's really changing mine. And all of these people, I went for coffee actually with somebody last week, and it was one of the guys that sent me a death threat. He actually told me, I told him I was going to be talking about this, but I would not use his name because he apologized. He told me that he wished that I would get hit by a bus and that it would make the news and it would show my body sprawled all over it. That's what he told me. And it was less than a week later that he actually apologized to me and said, I really want to take you out for coffee. And it was a scary thing. Met up, and we had a good, honest conversation. He cried. He apologized to me. I cried. And I said, I want to be there for you, and I want him to be there for me. And it was this cool moment of like, man, if we, instead of just jumping on a bandwagon of hate, opened our hearts up to more love.
Bandwagon of hate. Bandwagon of hate. I understand that there are many frustrated comments, and I see a lot of them. Trust me, I'm not exactly ignorant to the language going around. But energy continues to run away from the conversation. So how much more peaceful do you think the dialogue will get?
The world would be a better place. I really do. I honestly do. I believe that full-heartedly.
I agree with you completely 100%. Because what you're saying to me sounds like it's not worth your time to hang on to hate and anger. And you're not saying that everybody needs to agree with Energy 106's decision. Everybody needs to think that Dave Wheeler should be employed. Everyone should conform to your ideas and your politics and your values and your morals.
I'm just interrupting Nick right here because at that point, every person is employable and has a right to be employed. Even though the Evanov Radio Group is a private organization, if I remember correctly, regardless of that, being able to broadcast their values over a community, multiple communities, and as a matter of fact, as I mentioned to Nick, globally, because of the miracle of the internet, there are 7 billion people on the planet. And that doesn't make it unreasonable to believe that it's also possible, even though it's just not going to happen, right? But still, by theory, every person on the planet can hear what Evanov and what energy choose to share. To be in a position of social influence comes with responsibility. And especially considering that it's a business, you have a corporate citizenship standard of representing your values authentically, for starters, regardless if anyone else agrees with them or not. When you state your values, you walk the walk. That's how it works. Instead of your dumb little smokescreen that you think that everyone was just going to gobble up. Come on. But you're in a position that's like you speak to people. There are thousands of ears on a daily basis that listen and have the opportunity to be influenced. Daily. Every day is a new day, which means it's another day for an opportunity to go ahead and present authenticity, appropriate morals. Like, I can go on and on and on. But do you kind of see the point? The story isn't necessarily about Dave Wheeler not deserving a job. Dave Wheeler has no business sitting in a chair speaking to a community that the business that he works for insists to support without showing support for that community he is speaking to. That's how it works.
Is just be willing to look into places with an open mind and an open heart.
Yeah, and I think too it comes down to the I don't know the best way to word this. I think we talked about this too, actually, just over because you have been honestly such an awesome guy, and just conversations. Like we agree, disagree on things, but just having an open conversation and knowing that it's coming from a place of love and not hate was reassuring to me and really refreshing. So I want to thank you for that. But it's the copy and paste mentality of if somebody doesn't like something.
Hey, just use my name. It's Taylor. The Christ. Don't forget it.
Line and they say it, and then you say it, then you support each other, and you kind of get this attention from that. And I think people just kind of jump on that bandwagon because that's what everybody's doing, but they don't actually take the time to do any research or to, call or do something to really figure out if what people are saying online is actually true.
Yeah.
I'm not going to speak on behalf of anyone else, but I'm just going to put it out there. I've done my homework. I've done the research. And I've tried reaching out. Nobody wants to talk. So, if you want to do a solid and not generalize your experience, probably would be healthy for everyone. Because if you're talking about don't generalize the energy experience, don't generalize the Dave experience, how about you don't generalize what you're perceiving either? Just throwing it out there.
And, yeah.
It makes me so mad. Because and even if we weren't friends or whatever, I don't fucking get it. Somebody else who was kind of publicly dragged recently, I spoke out about them and their situation. And it's not like I've spoken out about a bunch of these. I think there's 2 or 3. I'm just not using the name because they asked me to keep this, confidential and keep her anonymous. And they told me, they're like, I'm really happy that you did that because I was in a really dark place. And I don't really know this person that well, right? They're like, I was in a really, really dark place, and it was just really nice to see somebody publicly support where I'm coming from and to just kind of say, hey, this isn't as serious as people are making it out to be, because it felt like nobody was doing that. Going one step further for me, Dave Wheeler does not deserve death threats, in my opinion. His family does not fucking deserve death threats. Because, going back to what you said, okay, I'm going to make a lap around my point, because I always do that, man.
Just gonna also affirm the same thing. Again, death threats are never a solution, and all it's doing is it's instigating fear and hate, and realistically all you're doing is you're embarrassing yourself when you do it. So apologize. Set an example of what sorrow looks like. No better time to start.
An episode until I actually did that. I think about who I was when I was in high school, and I was very, very conservative Christian. These are the rules in the Bible. This is how you need to act. God hates gay people. Blah 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 blah. That's who I was, and it's embarrassing to admit that, but it's God's honest truth, for lack of a better term.
I really appreciate that, and I like hearing those stories because look at who you are now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're one of the biggest allies that personally I have ever had.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And for me, and I use this example a lot, and I think that you're kind of going in the same direction here, but correct me if I'm wrong, I have a lot of homophobic people in my life, but if they called me up tomorrow and said, hey, I've educated myself, I've learned, and I'm no longer homophobic, I wouldn't close a door on them. I would embrace them. I would literally be so ecstatic that they came around, and I would celebrate that.
Good. So where is it coming from? Dave's words, Dave's presentation, Dave's just representation. Where is he to go ahead and publicly, in a way, I'm underlining this, not on his own little podcast that people need to go ahead and find. But where is he going to, well, there was an interview, for example, back in 2018 after he got canned from 92. Right? But there was an opportunity involving Rainbow Resource Center to go ahead and help him educate and grow. Where's the follow-up from Rainbow saying, hey, we had a great time with Dave? Where's Dave saying, I had a great time at Rainbow learning how to be, nice to other humans, even though they're not the same as me? Where's Dave going ahead and saying that, you know what, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn when it comes to protests? Hey, whoops, it actually isn't right to go ahead and try to patronize Blackface, right? Or, that was a little out of line speaking on Eishia Hudson, right? Or it's definitely not in anyone's best interest to make a parody of Black Lives Matter with pizza. I'd like to talk about the carnival game, but that's apparently part of your project too. But realistically, where's the, we're in a social climate right now that didn't need to happen, and I shouldn't have said that. Where are Dave's words to say those things for people to embrace him like you're asking? Where is Dave speaking for Dave? Where is Dave showing the receipts?
You'd be the first person waiting for them at the finish line. And sometimes all it takes is a good role model. I remember the first kind of time.
My role model's a goddamn mirror. You understand that? Sometimes it does take a good role model. And the problem with that, though, is there are so many situations in society where you're not able to go ahead and experience a role model directly beside you. And I'm telling anyone else that if you need a role model, the first thing to do is find someone who's authentic to their values. Because if they're not holding their values and their understanding of the values they state properly, you have no idea what path you're going to be taken down on. So when you're looking at a role model, just make sure that that person's also who you want to be and not somebody that just kind of sounds cool.
I realized, oh fuck, I'm wrong, there was this new priest at my church a bunch of years ago. He got shuffled around again, but him and I are quite close friends now. And I remember him saying, I said, are gay people good in God's eyes? He's like, why would God create somebody purposefully knowing that they're going to be gay if he hates gay people? Like that makes no sense. He's like, God loves everybody. And, at least in his opinion, I was kind of like, oh fuck, I'm wrong. I'm an idiot, and he would...
You know what? It's okay to be wrong. I have been wrong a lot in the last 4 years or whatever that I've been in Winnipeg. I've been wrong a lot. I've made a lot of mistakes. But that's why I am who I am. And
I'm just going to ask if this is said on Tyler's language or if this is on behalf of Energy 106's language, because this was promoted on Energy 106's Twitter at the minimum. So if it's okay to be wrong, is that Energy Tyler talking or Tyler talking? Because if it's Energy Tyler talking, then it probably would be really valuable if Energy really affirmed being wrong by addressing that official statement.
that's why you are who you are, because you make those mistakes to get to where you're going. Like, even my grandma tells me about things that she's still learning. As people, we never stop learning, and we have to start embracing that. We need to embrace the fact that we're going to mess up, we're going to make mistakes, and we're going to grow from them. I honestly, man, I've never felt more passionately.
I feel like I've seen, I'm not going to quote this, but I feel like I've seen a mention on Twitter where somebody was listening to that first episode and heard this. What was the sentence? It's not a mistake if I don't learn from it. And where's the education again? I'm just trying to do the mental math here. I'll hit play while I think about it.
About this than right now, and for obvious reasons. And even Ellen today, she's back on, and she did a mock.
That episode that you ended up blocking or restricting comments on Twitter at least? Just want to make sure it's the same one we're talking about.
And she, hey, listen, like, yeah, this was a very toxic environment, and I've made changes. And she reminded people that she's a real person, and she was also receiving a lot of hate online.
And Ellen actually said something. That's the thing that's really funny. Why would you go ahead and use an example of an individual talking about acknowledging mistakes and making a better environment when you don't even house that in your own ecosystem? Just throwing it out there.
And she even said, let's open a dialogue, start conversations. And I think that's so.
I didn't look, but did she block comments on Twitter? If anyone knows, just feel free to let me know. I didn't check.
I really do. And again, I'm not standing up for Ellen. I just think that conversations or hate? Hate is easier, conversations are harder, but which one actually helps us out more in the end? Conversations. Yeah. Because it gets people to where they need to be going, and that's to a more educated person of themselves.
Yes. And it's impossible to have a good conversation without actually trying to understand the person.
And to understand people, you ask questions, right? I just want to, hang on, this whole part here, I'm doing a whole lot of processing, just trying to figure it out here, and I want to make sure I'm hearing correctly. To understand, you have to ask the questions, and then when you ask the questions, that opens the opportunity for a response, and then you get to have a healthy conversation from that, right? So for the past month, when I've personally been asking questions for the past month, and I don't doubt for one second that many other people would have been doing the same thing without getting a response, unless the questions were presented in a way that energy wanted to acknowledge. Usually something along the lines of, how can I get tickets for this event? Or, ooh, this pizza thing sounds really cool and I'd like to be part of that. Please explain to me, right? But the difficult questions regarding why would energy go ahead and introduce an individual that's not in line with the values that energy's presenting, those questions weren't answered. So I want to make sure what was the part that was not done correctly to start to understand somebody better, or to get the conversation started. I just want to really pull that part in, right? So if you can let me know, that'd be great.
Right, and this kind of, and I'll bring this up because this is kind of what we were talking about before. There are a lot of people out there online really talking down on Energy 106 and, threatening you and threatening Dave and whatever. And my question to them would be this: what are you actually doing to help the community?
I'm giving us our voice back, is what I'm doing. I finally have a conversation that's deserved, that so many people have been asking for. That's the start in terms of what am I doing for our community. I'm giving us our voice back. Because energy has said, no, we're cool, we're friends. I'm just not listening to you, but just trust us, we're cool. So how's that for a start? I've got a conversation, finally. I don't know what it took. Did it take, CBSC or whatever it is, right? Something broadcast, Canadian Broadcasting Standards Council. Was it the email from them? Including Evanov and Adam, as a matter of fact. So realistically, this conversation is unrelated to that. But was it that? To recognize that this is real? Was it the fact that I challenged this podcast and I'm continuing to challenge this podcast? Right? Was that finally getting the conversation started? Was it just coincidental to just this? Was it the fact that I called out Paul Evanov himself saying that it seems really fishy that all this thing started to happen shortly after his dad died. So was he waiting for daddy to go ahead and croak so that he can turn his empire into his vision instead? Right? Was it getting challenged about that? So what am I doing for the community? I'm staying persistent because we deserve our voice to be heard. Because that's what allies do. They hear the community that they insist they're allies for. Not just hear the people who make it easy to be allies with. What else am I doing for the community in general? Let me tell you a little story about myself. I've already mentioned it before, but I'll remind you just because I can. There was a concern that I had with an event, right, that I fundraise for every year for the last 5 years. And this time around, I ended up having just a bit of a struggle with the situation because of, I just recently came out and I was in what I like to call potato mode, right, where I was just kind of still slightly, in the middle of 2 lives and whatever, or 2 presentations is a better way to put it. And so when I went to go ahead and pick up some of my material, there was a language that was that did not need to be said, with an insinuation of a bracelet being just given by default to somebody else. Which frustrated me because do I not deserve the bracelet? Regardless of what my presentation was, do I not deserve the bracelet anyway? And honest to goodness, right, just to go ahead and be a little cheeky about things, I don't have anyone to give a bracelet to anyway, so thanks for the double reminder. But I ended up putting a statement on my Twitter account, and I actually ended up expressing that statement via email to the organizers of that event. And what ended up happening is I received an email back from the national director of that event with essentially an email that said, pretty much to sum up, holy shit, we didn't realize. We didn't realize that after 8 years of hosting an event of this nature, right, and thinking we've got all our ducks in a row, not recognizing that we're not as inclusive or definitive in our language as possible, and providing an affirmation about change, and to stay in touch with me about the changes that they're working on making. So what am I doing for my community? I'm using my voice to make us valid, more valid, because we are already. What else am I doing for my community? Part of the reason why I came out was because we're not learning. We're not using our brains as much as we should. It's amazing for how smart the human brain is overall, and just just none of it's used. So I've actually had dialogue. I'll even give you a backstory. I started doing with local leagues I play in because I figured on the idea of getting a foundation to work with and then expand upon that. I received positive feedback from the leagues I was speaking out to regarding a more visible presentation for diversity, inclusion, and equity. Okay, right? Because as a trans individual, I'm also a trans athlete. I enjoy my sports and I enjoy my sports well. And because of that, it's not exactly easy to just go ahead and play a sport without somebody thinking you're wrecking everything. Just putting it out there for anyone watching, whoever thinks that trans athletes like to just go ahead and win more polyester towels because that's the goal in life, to turn everything upside down just for a t-shirt. It's cool though, right? Like, whatever. So then from there I worked on the city, and I ended up running into a dead end with the city. Thanks, Rodana, by the way. Right? I still haven't forgot that you haven't replied to my email. Just throwing it out there. So I figured, screw it. I'm going to go national because what I'm working with has actually got a solid foundation. So I get a hold of my MP asking if he's going to be okay with pretty much accepting my invitation for an online proposal that I was going to put out, right, regarding updating gender dialect in terms of organized sports. He replied back to me positively and also saying, let's bring it back to a smaller scale and keep at a provincial and local level, because when it ends up being something that needs to be discussed on a larger scale, having a province and a city to use as a model showing that it's easy to implement and succeed will make that bill pass easier. So then he directed me to Sport Manitoba, and so Sport Manitoba was the last dialect I had. As a matter of fact, earlier this week, today is Saturday, I believe it was on Tuesday, that I had a conversation with one of the directors there, Janet. And the premise is very simple, right? And again, what am I doing for the community? I'm speaking objectively. I'm objectively explaining how things work. Because when you try speaking subjectively to people who want their opinions to be more valid than someone else's, it's pointless. If you've noticed any of my dialogue that's so hateful, it has been purely objective because it's reasonable and factual. And very simply, my argument when it comes to dialect at Sports Manitoba, in regards to organized sports in general, is this. Remember I mentioned earlier that 0.5% of Canadians are trans, give or take, which means 1 in every 200 Canadians are trans, which means that with all Canadians who provide to taxes, right, we all pay taxes in some way, shape, or form, that there is a contribution of that tax revenue that's collected that comes from all gender identities and all gender expressions. Pretty simple, right? It's not just boys, not just girls, right? You've got transgender individuals, you've got people who are two-spirited, you've got people who consider to be the spacing out here, pardon me, but gender non-conforming is the language I was trying to say, right? Non-binary, right? I can go on and on and on and on and on with all these different expressions and identities that are under a trans umbrella, just for example. And so with that, out of all the tax revenue that's collected, there is a portion of that that comes from TGNC, transgender and gender nonconforming. Which then means that if that tax revenue from federal goes to provincial, and then from provincial then gets distributed to organizations, facilities, and services that get to be used, there's still a portion of that tax revenue slurpee, right, that goes to all these organizations, facilities, and services. And if those organizations, facilities, and services operate with an organized sport that chooses gender-defining language, such as male and female, boy and girl, when it comes to sport, if it's not gender inclusive, right, or if it's not clear and simple, right, without controversy about a trans individual being able to participate in the gender identity or gender expression of their preference, then that would then, correct me if I'm wrong, be a violation of Bill C-16, which was passed in 2017, which protects all gender identities and gender expressions from discrimination, from bias, from hate. The long and short of it is that if you pay taxes and I pay taxes, regardless of the percentage, even if I pay $1 of tax, my $1 is in that tax revenue slurpee somewhere, or many places. And that means I have the right to play a sport in my gender identity without question. So what am I doing for the community? Getting this finished. And I was explaining to Janet, this isn't a take your time on a project because it's 3 years overdue because of the law. Get that information down earlier. Bring it down to the community centers. Just imagine the benefit for our world. We'll start by our community world, but think about big picture, because the reality is this is objective. This isn't an opinion. This is a straight up objective point of view, right? Not even point of view. This is how it works. Pay taxes, C-16 protects you, call it a night. I want to put on a note there that while maintaining the integrity of the sport is also my goal, right? This isn't dumping gender barriers, right? And there are sports that if there is bona fide reasoning why biological sex is paramount to the gender divisions, sure, right? But it has to be bona fide proof from up top, right? That it can't be any other way. Otherwise, everything else, if you're trans, play who you want to be because you're allowed to. And this world can't stop people from being what other people expect. But by bringing this all the way down to things like the community centers, just start as simple as U6 soccer, U10 softball, right? U16 football, name it. But by having the language in that paperwork so early, expressing, especially in our generation where it still needs to be educated and understood, but to have that language on the registrations, that a reminder that when we're putting in here, right, we're expressing male and female as gender identity, right, and choosing the language with that by, when it comes to TGNC, depending on the sport and how that gets implemented, and where individuals who claim no gender identity, where they fall in when it comes to sport, that's all language, right? But by having that introduced at such an early level, introduces the conversation earlier. Just think what life would be like for trans individuals like me when I could have had the opportunity, if I had the courage for it, at the age of 6 at the kitchen table to say I didn't want to be in this group for soccer. Just think what my life would be different like if I had that chance and that courage and that visibility to know that other people are like me. It ends a controversy sooner too, because it's normalized. It's like, too bad if you don't like it. It's the law. It's a thing. These people are humans just like you. And they deserve a right to be their best selves, not your best impression of them. It also improves our demographics. Just think of the information that can then be provided from capturing that information and using it to really represent the gender diversity that's really in our world. And think what that'll do for mental health services, social services, medical services. I can go on and on and on, but just imagine the benefits that can come from that information by giving a more authentic vision of our real world, not the cis-normative perception. So you want to talk about what I'm doing for the community? Really? We want to do that one more time? I can go on and on with other things that I'm doing. But what I'm doing is I'm bringing us our visibility back because you are taking it away. And you are getting away with it because you have much more voice than me. And I'm going to yell until I'm heard. And that's my affirmation to you. Because what am I doing for the community? I'm making it better. What are you doing for the community?
Because if all you're doing is sitting at your computer and spewing negativity online, even if it's in the name of social justice, does that actually help the LGBTQ plus community? Does it? Like, have you had difficult conversations with people in your life that you know the conversation needs to happen? Have you donated? Have you gone to events? Have you kind of read up and educated yourself? Have you maybe reached out to people who you know are in that community but kind of afraid of how their families might view them? If you're not, and again, I'm a free speech advocate, do whatever the fuck you want to do as long as you're not harming or threatening other people.
Absolutely.
That's fine. That's your prerogative. However, I think there are much better uses of your time.
You're right. What's the better use of our time? Roll over and play dead because you're just not going to listen anyway? To go ahead and be satisfied with, like I mentioned earlier, the cis-normative world and accept the fact of being a minority is it's just a fact? Just because you're considered lesser than others, you just have to learn to accept it? When I was a kid, I've known I've been trans my entire life. So let's say as early as 5 or 4, or whenever those first memories are, I remember being not comfortable in my body. And the only thing that I knew about trans at all at that time was essentially, especially as I grew up and grew older and was able to start reading and whatever, but the only thing that I ever knew about being trans was that either I'm going to be a sex worker, right, or in the drag industry, or just flat out ridiculed. And so the only thing that I understood about my life was that I was destined to be someone else's entertainment. So are there better things to do with my time? I have spent 39 years of my life trying to just fit in and be happy because other people aren't going to let me be real. So you're telling me that whatever, just give up and shut up and deal with it? People fight with passion because passion's deserved. I'm allowed to love myself, and I'm showing you my self-love by fighting for me and fighting for people behind me. And I'm fighting for the next kid in line who doesn't have courage to do it because they feel like it's pointless, or they're going to get made fun of, or they're going to go ahead and get offed. I'm fighting for them. So is there a better use of my time than to save someone else's life? No, there isn't.
You know what I mean? I agree. And you know what? And I'm going to say this, and I don't know if I should be saying this, so maybe you guys are getting some tea. I don't know. Okay. I don't run this by anybody. But for me...
Speaking of tea, I need a break.
I look at things that Dave has done, and again, how do I word this? You know what? I'm not even going to use Dave as an example. I'm going to just use somebody else, because you know what? At the end of the day, Dave will prove himself, and that's what he has to do to people.
Dave needs to prove himself yesterday. You said in that interview with CTV, in and around the time of that official statement, that you believe in Dave and Dave will prove himself. So let's say that was a month ago, and he has not proven himself. He has not shown public atonement for recognizing the past, and the only thing that's happened is even worse. As I used as a great example earlier, that that Transformers video didn't get deleted. It got turned to private. That's not an example of learning. That's an example of, shame, I'm going to assume. Might not even be shame. Because it's simply like, oh shit, I don't want anyone else to see it. Whoops. Because I still believe in these values because they're funny to me. So whatever that is. But what that isn't is proving being better.
Earn his respect. He has to prove that. And I know Dave has done things personally to earn my respect. Whether or not he'll earn your respect, that's kind of on your prerogative and your terms and what you deem as whatever. But I had a friend who made countless donations to LGBTQ plus organizations, spent time donating his time at the festivals. Yeah, this is not Winnipeg. But people still, because he had made a comment on Twitter a long, long time ago, people had brought that up. Again, this is not Winnipeg, this is not Manitoba. Yeah. They just wouldn't forgive him. And then he kind of asked me, he said, what do I need to do? I've donated money, I've donated my time, I've educated myself. When am I going to be let back in to be an ally? And I honestly didn't have an answer for him. I didn't. Because what?
I'm not surprised by that, because you can't even represent that today. What do you need to be an ally? Throwing money at the situation doesn't fix it. Showing up once in a blue moon at an event being like, hi, I'm here, doesn't fix it. Reading a book doesn't fix it. It becomes a lifelong practice of presenting regularly without motivation, belief in the value. That's what being an ally is. All the time. Full time. That's being an ally.
What do we need to do to prove ourselves once we've messed up?
Twitter's and social media, and sometimes the crowd and the mob mentality can be a cruel place. And this kind of relates to what I was telling you guys off air, the book I'm reading, So You've Been Publicly Shamed. It is fucking fantastic. And it's not to say that I'm reading this book justifying what these people did that was wrong, or looking at it like trying to make excuses for them. That being said, it humanizes people. And so many times on Twitter, on social media, Tyler Carr FM, if I don't know him, is just some dude on the radio, right? Like, I don't fucking know this guy. I've never talked to him. I've never And that's one of the things I kind of dislike about sports. I'm a very aggressive sports fan. It's easy for me to watch the screen and be like, fuck you, so-and-so, you're a piece of shit. And it's like, I don't really know that guy. Like, I would never say that to his face.
And then probably if you met them, you would probably be friends with them.
It depends who.
Cool. So tell me an event where Dave Wheeler is going to go ahead and support me in my thoughts. Oh, as a matter of fact, this is going to be excellent because I gave you and him an awesome opportunity to present yourself as allies. This is cool because we were just talking about sports as well, right, Nick? So do you remember, Tyler, that maybe you might have been lost in your 5,000 messages or whatever, but I absolutely reached out to you and Dave, but I got ignored on it. And I did repeat it a couple times as a matter of fact as well. To Energy, and clearly Energy's been receiving my messages anyway. So I'm just putting it out there that you ignored me. So anyway, that after your CTV interview and it was put up on there, I ended up re-quoting that tweet of theirs with a message to you and Dave asking that since Dave's an ally now and is going to prove it, and you're endorsing it, what is his opinion on trans athletes in sports? Because an ally would say trans rights are human rights, trans rights are equal rights, or whatever the hashtags are, and I don't care about these hashtags because all they are performative activism without anybody actually doing the work. Anyway, an ally would have said, you're right, a trans athlete should be able to participate in any sport that they want without controversy because they're human beings and deserve to compete in sports. So where's my good friend Dave when it's time to show up and back me up when I'm fighting this fight? Right? Is he going to be my friend? Right? Because if he's going to be an ally, he's going to be a friend, right? Especially considering his really unique perception on trans individuals. And then is he going to end up doing the same thing when it comes to anybody, if there's a black individual, right? If there's going to be anybody indigenous, if there's going to be any other race he's punched down on anyway, right? What about any type of woman that's not of his ideal vision, right? Is he going to go ahead and be charming with all of them as well? Just checking it out there, right? Because those are people that he's not familiar with, but he decided to create a perception on. So just using your own words, if he's going to go ahead and say, oh, you're an asshole, you're this, or you're that, is he going to be friends too? Just throw it out there.
Because I'm still salty at the Celtics, but that's not the point. I guess what I'm trying to say is there needs to be a road back. There needs to be. And that doesn't mean, like, if I...
The road back is called sorrow and showing it.
Conversation with somebody like, I am willing to forgive Dave Wheeler if I know what he does better, and I need to kind of see a bit more proof just because I'm unaware and I don't know what he's doing. That being said, I don't think he should still have a job in radio. I would disagree with them to a certain extent because I do believe that. Actually, I'm not sure if I would disagree.
Pick your fight, Nick. Just putting it out there. Do you have essentially? Like you're correcting yourself at the same time. You've got a media bias that people are able to say whatever they want because of free speech, and all of a sudden you're correcting it because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that it feels like you're like, wait, no, hang on. You can't just go ahead and use a public platform to go ahead and speak, or a private platform with public availability to say whatever you want and get away with it. I don't know. I just need you to clarify that part for me.
That's not the point. My point is whether I agree or disagree with them doesn't matter. They hold their opinion. And they're allowing that person to go back into society. It's not fair to condemn people. It's not fair to keep them out for all of eternity.
So I'm putting it out there that... Okay. So I just want to make sure that punching down on minority communities and having a fan base support that is not allowed? Because you can't condemn people from being included? Is that the message? Just checking. Just let me know. Right?
If they, obviously, if you're a serial murderer and rapist, yeah, okay, and you keep doing that, yeah, all right, go to jail. Stay there for the rest of your life. You're not allowed back in, you're too dangerous. But if there are people who are making mistakes, and they say bigoted things, or they were bigoted, or they do stupid shit, I think there needs to be a road back, whether they take it or not.
There is no space in this world for discrimination, Nick. So you say that rapist, serial killer, lock them up forever. But then other people who present violence in a non-physical manner are allowed back. I wish I had the stats off the top of my head. Federally, I'm going to run with this one right here. I know I'm close. In 2018, for police-reported hate crimes that were instigated by, you know what, whatever, I'm just going to blanket it. Crimes are committed against people of all minorities. And of cis-normative as well, right? Like, there's crimes created amongst all the other reasons for everybody, right? Discrimination fuels the value of creating that crime. Not having a concept of inclusion or diversity or equity makes it easy for the value of looking at that other person as an equal and as a human so much lower that it makes committing a crime against them easier. Because you don't value them as an equal, as a peer, as a valued member of our society. Creating those hateful comments only allows the opportunity for more hateful response. Reaction, whatever. As an individual, okay, as a trans person, I can be in my best headspace and I could say, I'm changing the world, I'm doing good, things are right, I'm the best me ever. I've got a fire in my eyes that's never going to extinguish. Nobody can take me down, which is a far cry than how I was a year ago, where I didn't want to wake up the next day and I would walk across the street after looking both ways, hoping that a car didn't see me. Because even though I did my work, it would just be nice to fall off the planet because of someone else's accident. I'm living my best life and I am my best person and you've barely seen me get started. But the worst part out of it is because of other people's ignorance and fear that's promoted by hate, representations of hate, and just the coddling of hate. There is a non-zero probability of me just going to buy milk and getting stabbed in the kidneys because if I'm asked to go ahead and donate $2 to whatever charity and I say yes and I don't say yes in a way that's pretty enough and be clocked as a trans individual. And that other person's response isn't just a, look at you, trans, but a violent, hateful response. There is a non-zero probability of that. And I have to carry that no matter where I go. When I go see Tyler, that's going to be something I'm going to end up having to deal with. And that shouldn't have to be something I have to deal with because it's your responsibility as a corporate citizen to encourage diversity, to encourage inclusion, to encourage equity, not encourage, oh, this person fucked up, but just let them play along anyway. That is not what you do. As a good corporate citizen, morally aligned to what is appropriate for social standards, that is not what you do. So stop protecting hate when there is no atonement for it.
Because if they do actually work on themselves, but there is no road back, like why would they continue to work? They're just going to feel disheartened. They're not going to actually want to come back. They're going to feel mad at the people who sent them away instead of actually becoming better.
And like this entire conversation right now, it just feels so refreshing. It really does. Because look at we don't know. I don't know where you necessarily stand on all of this. We've been very just about the conversation, but we're having a nice conversation.
Yeah,
this is what I'm.
You're having an outlet to share your feelings. It's fine.
Trying to do with a lot of people, And a lot of people just aren't interested. They either grab things from online that they read that they deem true, and then they just run with it, or they are just not interested in speaking about it, and they just want there's only one option, and that's to cause the station to fail.
This has nothing to do about a station failing, at least from my angle. Everyone else can want the station to fail for all I care, and for what it's worth, Energy doesn't deserve a single second of broadcasting because all it's doing is it's encouraging, right, the principle of we punch down on a community and we're letting somebody in to go ahead and do it anyway, and we're cool with that. That's the message that you're sending. That is the message that is sent. That is the message for all the Wheeler fans who've come along, that it's okay to just step on top of a minority because fuck them. That's the message. So I don't want the station to fail because just like you said, you want everyone to have their own successes. But I'm not opposing other people to the same thing. I'm personally going to continue raising awareness to every business associate, right, that is aligned with the Evanov radio group in Winnipeg and via Proud, because there's a Winnipeg association, which we'll find out later. Right, in case you don't know yet. And I'm going to continue raising awareness until the values are being presented in the same way that they're expressed. It's as simple as that, right? Because there's a responsibility to be authentic, and good corporate citizens are an authentic part of society, right? Especially if you've got the privilege to share your values to as many people as you do. It's not a right. Evanov does not have a right to just walk in and spew it. Having the opportunity to have gotten to where he is, absolutely. Right? He has the right to be employed. He has the right to be successful. Right? But when it's all said and done, to, how am I trying to phrase it? We'll bring it down more on a smaller scale. That I'm trying to articulate the language, but with that, like I said, Dave, for example. Oh yeah, no. Here's how it goes. Evanov still had to go ahead and jump through hoops to do what he has to do, even down to the fact that he, there was a proposal from the Evanov radio group to change some broadcasting expectations and whatnot, and it got refused. And so that, going back to the privilege, not a right, where you still, like, you do have a right to do what you got to do, but there still are permissions that are within bounds, and they need to be respected. That's where I was trying to go with that. And so that being the same thing, like, he can't just go in and just crank it up just because he wants to, is what the message that I'm trying to say. Whatever. It's just, there's a responsibility to help the community, and that's not being done. And when it comes to the station failing, that's not of my goal. But I'll tell you, and like I can't say on others, but I'll tell you, on my goal, do I want to see them succeed financially? No. Not until the company's in line with its values. Because why do we want to go ahead and continue to instigate hate and discrimination for money? That doesn't make a healthy world. That's the end of the story.
And it's like, well, don't you want more radio stations, more radio personalities to be part of an acceptance and an ally group?
Yeah, I do. And guess what? Energy isn't. Just throwing it out there. So the answer to your question, Tyler, yes. But you like, just, yes, right? But not liars. Short answer.
If this is the decision that we made, and like, I'm sorry, but I'm going to toot my own horn here, but being on air still, if I'm still the one running the board, there's no room for that. It's still Energy 106. It's a top 40 station. We didn't change the station. The station's morals and the station at itself and its core has been the most accepting place that I have ever
Prove it.
worked in my life. Adam West has been the most accepting person that I have ever worked with. And that's coming from my experience.
I'd like you to pull up Oxford when you're able and look at the definition of acceptance and then naivety. Naivety? Yeah. Being naive. Just check those definitions.
Has not changed. If anything, it's gotten even better. So for people looking inside saying that the station is full of these people, it's just not. You know, I look at my stand.
If you support somebody who discriminates, you are being just as bad. Short answer. If you support somebody who is racist and don't correct them, stop them, fix them, whatever, and you go ahead and you let that individual continue to act that way and just be in and around you and consider that person to be a peer, you are just as racist. If you go ahead and you allow somebody to discriminate based on whether it's, well, everything that I mentioned before, if you allow that to happen at any point and still let it in your life because it doesn't affect you negatively directly, you are just as much the problem. Because you are providing an extra piece of security for that individual to feel like being discriminative is okay. You are being another unit that person uses to feel like their voice is okay.
So another thing, you know, people don't realize that it's not just the radio announcers. There's tons of salespeople. We've got a promotions department. We've got a music department. We've got other stations in that building. And when you group us all without meeting all of us that work there...
Hold up. You are grouping everybody on the other side. So don't even bother with this, oh, you know, you can't isolate us. Select your language and pick.
Yeah. It blows my mind. It blows my mind.
Well, it's kind of like what you said back earlier about Jasmine. Like, you were kind of, not offended, but like, rubbed the wrong way, but that people were forgetting her. Like, yo, are you going to forget the street team? Are you going to forget, you know, Gonzo and other people who want to...
Gonzo blocked me. Just by the way, I've never said a word to the guy, ever. Gonzo blocked me. Way back when. Whatever his reasoning was is beyond me, but I've never addressed Gonzo. And then he blocks me. And then, actually, not too long ago, I was in a conversation with on a thread with a business affiliate with Proud, as a matter of fact, and it turns out in hindsight, I have seen that Gonzo has actually liked, and by extension, that means then supported the negativity that was being provided back of against myself, right, and another individual. So just curious what the passive aggressiveness is using Gonzo as a safe individual in all this as well too, right? Because it's pretty clear that Gonzo's, you know, definitely got a bias to this.
Good old AJ and Matt who just had a baby, a new father.
Yeah. Are you going to forget Hot 100.5 who also works in the building?
One of my best friends.
Yeah, I mentioned him earlier, the location that goes ahead and caters towards ladies. Yeah, that location. Yeah, haven't forgot about him.
Sean Dilworth that I work with has been the guy in my life. God, I love him.
He used to do weather for Bell.
God, I could do a full podcast about Dilly, and we could just talk about our love for him because he is one of the most amazing guys ever. But again, he works in the building as well.
Yeah, it's lazy, right? Like, you have every right. And I'm going to be honest with you.
Oh, speaking of lazy, so I guess you didn't look at the entire building. As I mentioned, if I remember correctly, CKJS, I think that is what it is off the top of my head. Last I saw, their address was in the same building too, so why did we forget about them? I haven't forgot about them, right? But you forgot about them. You'll go ahead and you'll talk about the people that excite you, not the people that you really all consider yourself as part of a team. You'll talk about the people that you have fun with.
being super vulnerable with this, I'm kind of scared to do this episode because I don't want to get canceled. Nah, actually, I don't really give a fuck that much. Like, I kind of do and I kind of don't. And I've gone back and forth on my opinion on whether or not Dave deserves a job or not. But you know what? My opinion about that doesn't really matter because Energy 106 did what they did. They felt it was the right move, and I don't know the situation well enough to have an educated opinion.
And I appreciate.
And so I'm going to quickly jump in there as an ally, as you insist to be for Tyler. Allies do educate themselves because an ally can't expect to be educated by the people who need them. Okay? So to go ahead and announce that you haven't put any homework into it and then talk about it is the exact opposite of being an ally.
And I respect that I'll open my full heart.
And with Tyler accepting and respecting that shows that there is no acknowledgement and understanding of allyship, which brings me full circle to what is the authenticity of that official statement. Who wrote it? Because I'm not sure if anyone truly understands the language that was spit out.
And if you don't ever check out the show, you don't ever check out the show. But
Probably won't happen.
that's why we got it on a podcast for you.
Oh, right. I mean, what the fuck am I talking about? I've listened to it. When you gave me that episode,
And that's the thing. Like, I don't want to sit here and tell you have to listen to the show. You have to listen to the show. But we're having a fun time. Like, if I can be really honest with you right now, and I mean no disrespect to any of my old shows, whether it was when I worked in Alberta, whether I worked recently at Energy or whatever it is, I am having a great time on here. You can hear it in my voice. People text it in all the time. I'm having a good time. And it's, a lot of people saying gaslighting, and they're saying you deserve better, you deserve more, you don't deserve this is horrible for you. Telling me how I should feel. I feel great.
yeah.
I honestly feel great in the show.
Did I cover the part about you saying people should just be forgiving? But here you are saying you don't want people telling you how to feel? I just want to make sure that that's what I said. Or are we going to talk later about you saying people should be forgiving, and this is the part where you don't want people to tell you how to feel? Cool.
Yeah. That's awfully weird to me because it's like, I don't know.
Telling somebody that they deserve better without even talking to them in person doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Especially when they're trying to talk to that person and there's no reaction. So how else do you pass the message on?
Well, it's just like, if you're being honest with how you feel and you're like, this is how I truly feel, and people are like, no, it's not. It's like, I'm really trying to express that to you.
Yeah. Again, I go back to the beer.
That part's true. Somebody says something, you have to take it at face value. Therefore, if somebody presents themselves as a racist, a bigot, a transphobe, and so on, and doesn't do anything to show that that's not the case, then the only thing we can assume is that the language that they're saying is authentic, which means that they're a racist, a bigot, and a transphobe. Dude, correct me if I'm wrong.
Because I had a bunch of conversations on Friday. Somebody said, like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, I'm great. I'm having a great time. Why? And they're like, oh, okay. And they moved on. Because it's okay to show concern, but it's not okay to then be like, ooh.
And I'm sure you appreciate the concern.
Yeah, of course. And it just, yeah. It's just hard to understand. And like, I'm trying to understand where a lot of people are coming from too. Because again,
Show me the questions that have been asked to me and our community versus only responding to the questions that don't even need understanding because you're able to respond to them right away. I'd love to see that.
I need to look deeper into where people are coming from, how they're seeing things, how they maybe felt. And I'm trying to do that as well. And all I'm asking is for people to do the same thing towards me. Kind of see where I'm coming from. Give it a chance. Like, let's talk about it. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
Jump on the first thing you see and run with it because I used to do that. I used to do that, and I will never do that again, ever, without making an educated, researched opinion.
Yeah.
Again, it sounds to me like that's a very biased opinion, because not terribly long ago we were discussing a small yet loud, and pardon me, was it a loud and hateful group, you said? Were the questions being asked about where those feelings are coming from, where those points of view are coming from? Because that was just said just a couple of moments ago too, weren't they? I don't know, maybe I'll have to listen to this again and check it out. But just let me know if that's what I heard, because I'm pretty sure I just heard you asking for the same thing that's not being provided.
And if you have an opinion, that's okay. Just because other people are running with something and are talking about something doesn't mean you just have to do the copy and paste. You can sit there and say, actually, I don't have an opinion on this.
You're right, I don't have an opinion about this, if you're going to talk about copy and paste, because maybe I'm wrong, right? But my Control-C and Control-V, or whatever it is on Mac here, Command, is pretty burnt out. But you're right, I don't have an opinion. I have facts. I have straight-up objective reasoning. I would never provide an opinion for something that's open to discussion, because... to something that's not open to discussion, because discrimination is not a topic of discussion. There's no place for it, period. That's the end of the story. And if you're being discriminative, housing discrimination, and being blind and ignorant to the comments and reaction proclaiming evidence of discrimination, and more importantly, no atonement to the discrimination, to at least go ahead and offset, because you're right, yeah, people do mess up, 100%. 100%. But to get to ground zero, you need to go ahead and undo it or resolve it. And if that's not done, facts are facts.
And move on with your day.
Yeah. And if you know what the best part about that is as well? If you don't have an opinion and you don't really want an opinion, you're like, yeah, I understand this is an issue, but I just don't really want to make time for it in my day, that's also fine.
That is not fine with discrimination. That is not fine with discrimination. Being blind and ignorant to discrimination adds to it. There are lots of times that not having a voice, right, is fine, right? When, you go ahead and you don't care where this bridge gets built, or you don't care what sports team wins, or anything like that, sure. But there is no point that not having a voice in discrimination is okay. Discrimination is not okay. And being blind to it and intentionally ignorant to it just fuels it, because you want to talk about having the difficult conversation. You're explaining right there that you don't have the courage to have the difficult conversation. So what is the validity of this podcast if you're saying to talk about it and you don't want to talk about it? Make up your mind.
You don't need an opinion or die. You have so much bandwidth. I remember earlier on in the year when COVID first started, one of my friends was kind of asking me about why aren't you posting more about this, and that? And it's like, hey man, I just found out some really traumatic family news. One of the main business partners in my company died. I went through a breakup, and there's a global pandemic.
Sometimes we forget that.
Fam,
that's also going on.
And I wasn't trying to dunk on them or anything. I kind of explained them to this. It's like, look, I don't have the bandwidth for anything other than making sure I get up, do my work, and do my habits and my routine. Otherwise, I'll literally be a puddle all day. I don't have it. I don't have the juice. I can't give you 40 tonight. I can't. I'm sorry. And if that upsets you,
you have to listen to your body and you have to listen to your mind.
Yeah.
Things become very overwhelming very quickly, especially in 2020.
Yeah.
This year is very different. I think all of us could show. I'm speaking again. This is my opinion. I'm saying that because I like to speak on behalf of me only, and that's something I'm making very clear.
Was this part of your learning in the last 4 weeks, Tyler, about speaking on behalf of yourself only? Because I'm very certain that there was a rather large just state of unrest by many people about how you said that you're cool with Dave, therefore everyone needs to be okay with it. And unfortunately, you're just one person. And it doesn't even matter where you are in a marginalized community. It really doesn't matter. Your experience and the way that those actions affect you are nothing to anybody else. And for you to go ahead and have the courage to say, I'll speak on behalf of so-and-so, it's cool, let's move on. And then worse, even again, block those comments. Honest conversation, right? What were you afraid of? The backlash of maybe not being, not hearing what you want to hear? Is that really support, or is that just getting your tire pumped? Support includes education, and that support way back then would have said to you, Tyler, what are you doing? You can't speak for other people. Undo what you said, and let people who have been affected have a voice. Instead of you telling them to shut up, you got this. Because guess what? You don't. The only thing you got right now is a paycheck. You do not have the emotions, the feelings, and the ability to speak for other people. And that's not changing today, tomorrow, or ever. You do not have the voice for anybody else. So I hope in the last 4 weeks that this is where you've learned that you like to speak on behalf of yourself, and that's the last time that you're ever speaking for anybody else.
I will speak on behalf of me only. It's okay to not be okay, especially in this year, and to understand that something might be a little too much for you. And that's what I've also learned, that this year is throwing curveballs that nobody has seen before, and we need to adapt the best way that we can. This year is going down in my books. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's been a crazy year.
I personally, this has been the best year of my life, personally.
Honestly, and I'm gonna join you on that. It has been one, because I think best year can mean a lot of things, and for me, I've done a huge amount of growing in this year. And yeah, I'm gonna look back and be like, man, 2020 was the year that I learned a lot.
For sure. And I personally made a conscious decision, I think, 2 years ago, that I said every year from now on is going to be the best year of my life. And so 2018 was the best year of my life at that point. Then 2019 was better. And then 21, 21, 22. And it's not to say that everything will go my way specifically, and because there's a lot of shit that I cannot control. Absolutely, no questions asked. However, I know that I'm going to be able to learn from it. I know that I'm going to be able to grow from it. I will not be the same person at January 1st to December 31st. It just won't happen.
That's awesome. I love when you say stuff like that, and like I love that, because that's how I feel. Like, I don't want to be the same person that I am in 6 months. That's not the point of life. Literally, you go through stuff. Like when I lost my best friend, or my dad was in the hospital during the pandemic, or whatever it is, it made me a different person. It really honestly did. It made me realize that I'm grateful for my health. I'm grateful to be alive. And then this stuff happens, and I'm like, okay, I'm now humbled, but also trying to learn at the same time. I don't want to be the same person that I was a week ago. I want to always be growing. It's something that everybody should be striving for, in my opinion.
Absolutely, right? And you're right. Everybody has their own crosses to bear. I think sometimes, and I do this so much as well, right? Like sometimes we get so absorbed in what's going on in our own personal lives, we forget to ask what's going on in other people's lives. And if you can't be there for them, that's one thing for sure. And we all have our own personal biases. We all have our own implicit bias. We all have our own, what we hold near and dear to our hearts. Sometimes it's difficult to enter a situation objectively. Sometimes it's difficult to enter a situation as compassionately as we like. So,
you're right. And show me an individual at Energy or Evanov who has represented this situation objectively. Because, again, it's great to see you generalize that it's difficult. Don't even dare generalize me about not approaching a situation objectively and compassionately. As I've mentioned, I have everything backed up with as much as I can, with opinions, right, of others not included. I'll let other people go ahead and speak their voice however they want to speak their voice. My voice to you is coming from a place of objective reasoning and with compassion. 2 reasons. 1, Energy 106 lied to the LGBTQ plus community. Overtly lied by insisting allyship and not standing for what that word means. And second, compassion actually, as a matter of fact, for Energy 106. To be like, hey guys, you're not really representing your values properly. And I've actually presented a couple times via tweet of, why don't you present yourselves like this? Why don't you go ahead and represent yourselves authentically? But no, let's just go ahead and lie. Let's use the social words that sound nice, so if someone's just scrolling by, oh, look at these, right? Look at these fun little people, right? It's performative activism, which is disgusting, because that does nothing towards healing and helping. It's a little splash of positive emotion, hoping everyone else is going to be okay while you scurry off. So yeah, to look at things with objectiveness and compassion, don't tell me it isn't difficult.
Like you said, it's worthwhile to take a step back if you recognize that and be like, oh shit, I'm sorry. You know, I was out of line.
And I think, too, we need to remember that it's okay to be sorry.
Yeah, been asking for a long time, right? Been asking for a long, long time to hear that apology. And to see just, something of worth to make up for the devaluing that's been done regularly, consistently, and with intention of profiting on it.
To be wrong at times, like if I look at some of the times where on Twitter they were canceling celebrities or different people. I love that you're cleaning your mic. That's so iconic. Because I do the same thing all the time in the studio. I'm like, oh my god, there's a hair on that. I need to get it off.
Yeah, I saw a couple things.
That's amazing. But I look at celebrities that I used to jump on the bandwagon for and try and cancel on Twitter when I was younger. And, if I had an opportunity, I would literally tell them sorry, and I would tell them how I learned from that experience.
So you've learned that performative activism isn't healthy, but have continued promoting it via your own actions. Cool.
Yeah, man. It's been a lot of growing. It's been a lot of pain. There's also been a lot of love. And I don't want to shy away from the love and support, because those people showing it are awesome. And I'm not just saying supporting the show. Just supporting the idea of education and growth in people. That's...
I can't.
what I mean by support. Because I think that's really rad.
And fuck, I love that you said, you specified, you're like, I'm not saying supporting me or supporting the show, but just supporting the idea of education and growth. Because that doesn't give...
I'm asking for a month.
direction as to how you should think. Because honestly, about this whole thing, I've flip-flopped back and forth about what I believe, about whether I think Dave should have a job at Energy 106, about what I like about the show. I've flip-flopped a bunch of times. And I just want to, I guess my thesis about this, and I express this to you, is I don't really care what you believe in terms of the actual contents of it. I more so care about how you got there. If you're using your own brain and really, you sit there and you think, okay, Dave was hired by 106, and the show is Dave, Jasmine, and Tyler. How do I feel about this? How does this line up with my values? How does this line up with my morals? How do I really, truly, honestly feel? How are everybody else feeling about this? What's the context? And you come to a conclusion, and it's not one that I share. I respect that. That's okay. Even if you jump online and you say,
That's another one I just can't even on. Sure. Sorry for pausing.
Dave Wheeler's a bad person and blah, 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 whatever. But then you actually sit down and you're still thinking Dave Wheeler's bad. Okay, at least you thought about it. Like, at least you sat down and were like, okay, how does this truly make me feel? And you came up the same. All right, you went through the process. My process is different than yours. You don't have to agree with everything I say. You don't have to think A, B, and C. I respect your opinion. Everybody's entitled to an opinion.
Absolutely. But sorry, there's a train going by. I don't know if you can hear that.
I can't hear it at all.
So loud. Like, sometimes I'll be, and that's part of the perks of waking up at 4 a.m. is I miss the trains, but, you know. I think, too, even when I heard about the new show, it was me reminding myself that I needed to go into it with an open mind and to not jump to conclusions on what was said to me and what people were saying to me during the first week before we even started the show. We were hanging out. People were shoving this, like, idea of who he was at me, and to remind myself that, like, I'm allowed.
So I want to make sure that with the ideas that have been shoved to you, who've been reaching out to you personally, did you immediately dismiss them because it's stuff that you didn't already know and choose to not educate on? Or was that something that you packed up and took home and then spent time looking to see if there's validity in that information that's been brought forward to you and created an opinion on that? I just want to make sure. Like, am I understanding the context that you were being told something to protect your values and reinforce what you say you believe in? So you do those actions representing authenticity? Or did you shut them down because a paycheck says you have to? Or is it something else?
To make my own opinion. And I'm allowed to feel the way that I feel.
Absolutely.
I was really excited about the new show. Opportunities that I never would have dreamed of having at 26 in my career. Some people, and I am so grateful for the opportunity.
I'm just going to put this out here at 26. Just spoken generally, at 26. This also represents a demographic that Energy 106 typically floats around. An interesting study, as a matter of fact, that the human brain, as an overall product, does not fully develop the whatever knick-knack it is, but anyway, to process and comprehend consequence fully until the late 20s. Okay? This is part of the reason why this is so easy to do, because the demographic as a whole isn't recognizing the consequence of the actions presently. And everyone going after Tyler also doesn't recognize or don't realize that Tyler himself as an individual, his brain hasn't matured that far yet either. It's an amazing feature, right? It's an amazing development of the brain, ironically. I'm using the words in all ways. But for consequence to not truly be comprehended and understood until the late 20s. So no wonder when you're in your mid-20s, it's easy to just be like, meh, whatever, it is what it is, let's just be humans and carry on. Not realizing the foundation that is being set and the example that is being created and propagated. So think about that. This foundation is setting an example for later, and the voices as a whole to say, whoa, this isn't cool, this isn't good because later's going to suck, don't have that part processed yet. So think about that.
Opportunities that I have never once felt like, oh, I deserve this. You can ask Adam West. I am literally that guy that's always like, oh, are you, like, yeah, me? You like, you know, and that's always been my thing, but I'm very grateful for this, and I've been very grateful for this opportunity to show people this new idea of what we can be as people. And then on top of that, like, I know we were talking a little bit about it before, but they offered me a new position too within the company in Toronto. And to me, this was more than just this one show. It was this company showing me this insane amount of love that they have been working on for a long time that they couldn't do until.
Out of curiosity, I'm just going to throw this as an idea. When was this presented to you, Tyler? Was this before or after things got upset? Because can we consider the idea that it's an emergency response, just considering the block? Could this maybe be an emergency response that was attempted to be like, oh no, the LGBT community in Winnipeg's upset, we need to go ahead and give a specific obligation, right? To make them look, make them see, make them be heard, right? And we know, right, look, Tyler's still working, he's representing the gay community, right? And look, he's broadcasting with an exclusive gay radio station, yeah, right? As a response of visibility attempted, right, by having a liaison. Just throwing it out there. Could that possibly have been a business decision, or was this all about love and giving you an opportunity for growth? I'm just...
Well, the new changes were made. Literally. And I'm honestly, man, it has been the highest and lowest part of my life at the same time. You try and get that in the mix, it is an emotional time. It's been a lot. Like, whether or not I'm crying or laughing or singing in my car, dancing at Fame to Chromatica Night, like, it has been, this last month will go down as probably the biggest month in my life for the time being.
Yeah. You know, honestly, how many times do they have Chromatica theme night at Fame? I swear to God, it's every 2 weeks.
Well, okay, so there was one at Club 200, and then there was Fame. And of course I went to both because, I mean, it was awesome. It's a little different because you have to stay seated.
Yeah.
But it was nice because I got to be in a situation, and I will say, you know, both times, just lovely. Nobody was mean. Nobody was hateful. The drag queens were supportive of the, you know, I talked about it this morning on the show with Dave and Jasmine, and we had a really good time, you know, shouting out the queens and just really having a good time trying to say, you know, support these drag queens through this pandemic. This is some of them, this is what they do. And they make money based on tips and shows and stuff. I mean,
so we support drag queens, but transgender individuals are dogs, and we're still okay with that? So you clarify that for me, Tyler. Just make sure I understand who's supporting who and where the lines are.
To support the drag queens in Winnipeg, and I'm a really firm believer in that. I think we have some of the most talented drag queens in the world.
I want to extend on that really quickly just while it's happening. I'm not saying that drag queens are not transgender, because transgender as an operative word overall can include gender identity and gender expression. It is incredibly fluid. It is certainly not cut and dry in many ways, right? There are people who just choose to operate with gender expression and are absolutely valid for having that way, and there's other individuals who have a gender dysphoria, right, based on their physical bit, and that could be in a variety of ways too, or it could be with genital dysphoria, it could be vocal dysphoria, it could just be an internal I'm not in the right place type of thing, a lot of bits as well too. Pardon the pun. And so with that being said, right, it's not separating the two, that transgender as an entire policy is so fluid. But what I mean by that is, are we being picky and choosy of who in the trans community we're supporting? Right, that's kind of what I want to figure out. Do you need to go ahead and be exuberant and flamboyant to be accepted, but people who are just struggling accepting themselves as humans and just look maybe potato modi, as I mentioned earlier, they're not allowed? I just want to make sure that I understand that. So if you can jump back to me on that one too, that'd be super neat.
Brianna Burlesque is one of my favorites. She came down the first week we started the morning show.
Performative activism.
I was just going to say.
To kick off Digital Pride. And you know what? She did that, and that was a really bold statement for her.
Not on her, on energy.
And she posted about it, and she had a blast. And all she received, I mean, maybe there were some hate comments, I'm not sure, but all I saw was love for her.
Shoot. Sorry, I should remind on that when I was talking about Digital Pride Week. What happened to that tweet? Man, you guys had that tweet and there were tons of comments on it and then he deleted it. Right? So can you fill me in on that tweet? Does anyone else know? If anyone else knows what happens with that tweet, right? That big one where they said, congratulations, something, something, pride, right? I just can't remember it because it got deleted. But if you happen to remember and you're able to let me know, that'd be super cool. Because me, I don't know if it just got lost or something. But yeah, no, their energy was trying to promote digital pride. And then the tweet left.
Something that she loved. And that's something we want to do more of on the show. We showcase what other people love. Because Winnipeg is a freaking talented place, man.
Show what other people love as long as you're okay with it. Let's be a little more clear about that. Because if you showcased what other people love, it would be a pretty wide open door. And then you're going to be picking and choosing, saying, we don't love that one enough. Other people don't want to see this and hear this and da-da-da, etc., etc. I'm going to love a tea.
Yeah, that's it. I firmly believe that.
It is. There is this whole kind of situation reminds me. There's this parable in the Bible about, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with biblical parables at all, but
Oh man, I went to Sunday school my entire life.
okay, perfect. So you know the parable about Zacchaeus, the tax collector?
Sure, no.
Okay, so it's basically like Jesus was preaching at a crowd and tons of people around, and this tax collector was watching in a tree to try to get a good view. And everybody hates tax collectors at the time, and he would screw people over. He was a very immoral man, according to the Bible anyway. But basically, Jesus pointed to him and said, oh, like, let me go over to your house for dinner. And a lot of people in the crowd were like, what the fuck? Like, why would he go talk to that guy? What the hell? Like, why? That's bullshit. But at the end of the story is kind of like, the moral of it is, sometimes people do bad things, and it's important to forgive them. And it's important to include them. It's important to kind of believe in their potential and show them a side, if they haven't seen it already, but believe in a side of themselves that other people haven't been privy to, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how, like, I haven't read the Bible, but that's one of the things that kind of sticks out in my mind, just hearing about this whole story, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think too, like, again, like, I don't condone any of the things that Dave has said at all. But, I mean, obviously I'm talking about, like, the experiences a few years ago. Yeah. And some.
Why does it take 1 hour into this podcast for you to say that, Tyler? And why... Whatever.
From this morning.
And, but I believe in growth in people, and I believe in showing somebody that they can be a better person. And it's not just, man, you know what? I think the coolest thing about this is it's not just Dave. We're now having more conversations about this with more people, and I think that's what's...
You're having more conversations with more people who you prefer to have the conversations with. That's it. You're selecting your conversations. Sure, you'll have more of them because they're available, but you're only being selective about who to have the conversations with. Just remember that part.
Dave can prove that he grew.
Who cares about Dave Ken proving? Dave hasn't proved. Tyler. Anybody can do anything. I can climb a mountain if I tried hard enough. If I practiced and trained and put my life commitment into making sure that I climb a mountain anywhere before I pass. I can do that. People can do anything that they want when they put their mind to it. And the one thing Dave can't do is put his commitment to showing that he is an ally. Because he's got everyone else talking for him. He's got you being a front. And if it's not you being a front by him, it's by Adam. It's by Paul. It's by everybody else in the studio. Saying, here, you go in, you take care of things. You be the face. You're relatable. You're not going to get yelled at as much. The one thing Dave can't do is admit that he's an ally and will show it. And what Dave can't do is stop profiting on punching down. The fact that there's a podcast I've got to take a look at next because I'm just exceptionally curious about it now. As I mentioned earlier, what was it called? The Social Situation, that conveniently got released on his podcast one day after you recorded this one. Can't wait to see what's in there.
There's so many other people that need to be given that same chance and that same opportunity. In Winnipeg too, specifically. I think the world would be a better place. I think Winnipeg would be a better place. I think Manitoba would be a better place if we just allowed people to mess up and to teach them and to show them and to have civil discourse like what we're doing right now.
There have been efforts presented where education is available in a variety of ways. But the thing that's most important about being an ally is you need to do the work, not expect someone to do the work for you and hope you'll listen. You have to be the one. You have to be the one showing a mindful, conscious, active decision that I want to be better and I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to do the work. You can ask the questions and then get the help. But you can't expect people to throw information at you and supports and solutions and that be lots. You have to pick it up. You have to do the work. You have to decide that you want to be better. You want to talk about being a better place? Absolutely. Help make one then.
Yeah, I think I saw this online once, and this upset me because it's offensive to you and your skill set as a radio host, because it's bullshit. It's not like you just kind of were placed as a diversity hire. No, you've done your time. You've done your time. You know, I saw this one kind of comment about, oh, of course they kept Tyler on because they would have looked really bad if they canned the gay guy. Like, what do you think about that?
I have a lot of thoughts on that. The first one is, would it really have been bad if that was the reason why they kept me? No.
Nobody thought that.
That's fine. Maybe they wanted a visible minority in the LGBTQ+. Cool. I'm fine with that. But then, I've had conversations, like, with my boss, Adam West, and, you know, he's given me a list. He's shown me proof, like, and that was just not the case. And I'm going to toot my own horn for a minute, because I think I deserve this. I can run a board. I can do production. I'm a creative writer. I work my butt off. I can do events, emceeing. I do anything at the station. I work well with sales. I work well with the promotions department.
And when it comes down to it in radio, you know who are the people who stick the longest at stations? The ones who are the most personal.
And you know what? I don't need to prove that to people.
No.
If they don't know that and they don't understand that, then they haven't done their research.
Yeah, you don't need to prove that.
In my work, you don't understand that. And I think it was, you know, those I think were the comments that bothered me the most at the beginning, but now bother me the least because I'm like, maybe they did keep me because of that. Who cares? Literally, I don't care. I think that's...
But you should care, because if that was the reason they kept you, that is performative activism. That is them trying to appease their market and their visibility without authenticity. To go ahead and use you as a token or a pawn so that their image is better, that should be a problem. If you're okay with dehumanizing yourself to be an element of their profitability, that is a problem. If you're kept on because you're a good human being who does a good job, that is an employee. To go ahead and identify marginalization of an individual and realize profitability from it, and then use that person as a token individual to represent a market that they're trying to cater to or minimize loss from, that is a problem, and you should be frustrated about that. So reconsider how upset that makes you.
I think that would be great to have that kind of a voice and that opinion and different life set on the radio. I don't really see that being a negative thing, but also I know that's not why I was kept.
Yeah. And it's not like you're unqualified, right? Like, it's not like they took... Adam West opened the door and was like, "Oh, are you gay?" And the person's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You come work for my station," right? Like,
Oh, man. Man, Adam West and I have had some pretty awesome conversations in the last few weeks. And he's a guy. He has a beautiful family, beautiful wife, beautiful children. And I think people are forgetting that he has a family too.
I'm going to cut you off right here. This was when I took a break last time. I don't need one this time because my tea's full now. Are people obligated to care if Adam West has a family? When it's all said and done, it doesn't matter if Adam West has a family. Adam West is part of the leadership team at Energy that made these decisions, and Adam West has reinforced the belief of those. But we're going to talk about family for a second now. Congratulations for Adam West for having a family. Minority groups aren't always in sync with their families, Tyler. You can have individuals from minority groups all across the board that ended up being removed or segregated from their own family because of being different. From their own family from being different. So do you really want the people who have been hurt to go ahead and be like, look at this person with his lovely family and the wife and the kids in the house and the white picket fence. Congratulations, Adam, for your successes. Congratulations, Tyler, for believing that Adam deserves a good family. And he does. But to go ahead and say that because he has a family, he deserves something more? Right? Or to suggest that, well, no, you gotta forgive him, right? He's done his 8 hours, right? That's irrelevant to the scenario. Because even Adam's family should be like, Adam, what are you doing? What the hell? But then, I'm gonna go ahead and use me for an example. At 39 years old, I have just recently come out. Back in June, just before my birthday. I've been socially visible for just over a week. Socially full-time, more specifically. Because everything fast-tracked a ton. Because middle of July or beginning of August, I can't remember. Either or, I ended up participating in an interview, a project for United Way. You can actually take a look, and talking about transparency, you can gladly see my story. It's on United Way's story, United Way's website about stories of lives changed. And I shared that story, like I had a drafted response for the phone interview, and I shared that with my parents as a kind of like a, well, no better time to come out because you may as well find out for me rather than anyone else. I've never had a good relationship with my family in the first place. Okay? And a lot of it, big surprise, being trans, right? Like and you grow up in the 80s, right, where there's just no conversation for anything like that. You want to talk about going to a Catholic school? So did I, right? And you can't go ahead and da-da-da, et cetera, et cetera. My entire life has been suppressed. And I never felt comfort and confidence in my own family to be authentic for myself. But I opted to share with them the drafted answers I had for the interview just because, like I said, it's better that they hear from me instead of somebody else just being like, oh, wow, hey, did you see this interview, right, and then hear from the third person. The response was as expected, up to and including a very empty threat about having a wellness check put on me. I have not spoken to my parents since, and I'm okay with that. I have not heard a word from my father, I have not heard a word from my brother, and I have not heard a word from any of my aunts and uncles, my cousins, anything like that. You want to talk about family? As far as I can tell, I don't have one. So yeah, maybe I should look up to Tyler's, or not Tyler's, whatever, even yours. But maybe I should look at Adam. Hey, congratulations, Adam. What about myself in my own life? I've been divorced in 2011, if I remember correctly, and I tried so hard to just be authentic to a beautiful woman. My entire 30s has been spent struggling, trying to push down myself so that I can find myself in a new happy relationship where the real me doesn't exist and I can just live a new life. Live an authentic life. Live a life at 60 or 70% me, as long as I'm in a happy relationship with somebody else. Those have crashed and burned. So you want to talk about family? You want to talk about other people succeeding? Like, what's the value of that? How about you guys forget that other people struggle to have people love them? You want to talk about us respecting other people and their families? You are enforcing and encouraging a system where there are people who are being shoved aside because they're different from anybody. So don't dare say that people forget that other people are succeeding.
And I think people are forgetting that he, at the end of the day, goes home. He's a dad. And he has been nothing. Like, he called me every night for 3 weeks in a row to just make sure I was okay. And I don't know too many bosses that would do that at night, just to make sure I'm okay. Weekends, whatever. He's honestly been so incredible towards me. And I thank him a lot. When I worked at Energy 106 when I started, believe it or not, I was on Tinder looking for women. So he was kind of the original person that made me feel accepted enough to be who I was. And in the
I'm going to give you a quick angle too. You want to talk about family? Let me tell you about Tinder too. I've never been on Tinder. No intention on it. Mainly because, especially as I was trying to figure out my own life, what do? Do I go ahead and present Taylor, preemptively and get ridiculed up and down the street? Right? That could be an option, right? If I just tried to go ahead and find myself into a cis-normative dating pool. Or do I go ahead and hide, right? And then hopefully within the next few days can find comfort to be vulnerable and then just likely just waste everybody's time? Could do that. So you want to talk about succeeding? How's this? Not even having the confidence to go out and date. And again, we're looking at marginalized individuals. You can find people with disabilities who feel like they're not going to be able to date because they're not going to get loved. You can find people who've got confidence issues when it comes to their weight because they feel like they're just going to go ahead and get stigmatized. You're going to have racial individuals who feel like they're never, or people of different race, I should say, who feel like they're barely going to struggle because no one's going to like them unless they're coming from the same background, right? Same thing when it comes to religion. Same thing when it comes to anything else, right? So there are individuals who, without intent, carry shame for being who they are when they deserve a chance to exist. And they struggle with a chance to exist because organizations that have large voices, like, radio stations, share the message that it's okay to discriminate without fear, without sorrow, without apology. Because guess what? You don't like it? Get over it. I haven't even bothered when it comes to anything like dating because when it's all said and done, personally, as a trans individual, I'm going to throw this one at you. I would love you and anybody else who sees this video to go ahead and tell me what makes a trans woman attractive and don't mention the genitals. And then tell me what makes that person uniquely attractive. What makes that person attractive that no other gender would appeal to you? And don't mention the genitals. I've spent my entire life being fetishized, objectified, sexualized. Expected to be nothing but someone else's toy. Don't you dare talk about other people not being able to succeed, other people having just
4 years, if you think of me looking for women on Tinder to where I am right now in this very moment, having this conversation with you guys, I think that's a testament to the place I work, because I spend a lot of time there.
Big time. And I don't want to let that slip for a second how profound that is. The fact that like you were kind of going to those lengths. But I'm such an asshole. I need to make a joke because I took that. I just took that as like a diss to Kanan, where you're like, I was on Tinder looking for chicks, and Kanan's like, yeah, I mean, I don't do that.
And you know what? I honestly think what Kanan's doing during this conversation is pretty awesome too, because I think a lot of people too, they don't take the time to listen.
said it already.
And I think that's a really, really important asset to have. Even though you don't necessarily want to talk or you don't want to speak or make a statement, just being able to listen and to understand where people are coming from is pretty awesome too.
Well, yeah, it's like originally, like going into this, like when I talked to Bueno, you mentioned like in the future, like bringing on the whole Energy 106 team, like all three of you, and I was like at first like, hey, well, no, just like with the whole situation with Dave, right? And then he's like, all right, like let's just start with Tyler. I'm like, okay, like that's a good step. It's like Bueno said, we're not co-signing the whole show, like we're just having a conversation.
I think this might be the first thing that actually was with reasonable consideration, because this entire podcast is propaganda, and I can only imagine what it would be when you're getting two additional voices with just more solidified bias. I could only imagine what type of tire pumping that would be. So, you know what, Kanan? Good on you for actually thinking about that.
With my friend Tyler, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm like, hey, like that's a good step. And like now, like that we've had this whole conversation. Like you said, Dave was like interested in like coming on and talking. I think it's like you said, just like listening and like hearing this whole perspective and like you're hearing your perspective and everything. It's just really opened my eyes and like really broadened my horizons to this whole thing. And it's like personally, like I haven't listened to 106 since they brought Dave on. That's just not my prerogative. But like I haven't listened to the show yet, right? So like I don't have that full opinion of what's going on in that whole sphere, right? So,
and I think, this is just obviously like I don't speak on behalf at all,
right.
But I know that he's been vocal with he wants to have conversations with people. He wants to sit down with people.
So where's the presence to do it? Where are the requests for talks that have been answered, that aren't the convenient ones? Fortunately, as I've mentioned, if you're this far on this podcast, and thank you so much for being, or podcast video, whatever, thanks for hanging in there. If you've seen conversation that I've posted on, that I've had with Tyler and Adam so far, I personally am striving for I like to call it a community conversation, where after having a one-on-one with Tyler to create an element of parody about this one-on-one podcast with some objective reasoning on, not necessarily on behalf of everyone else's voices, but I'm absolutely not letting it stay silent and not having any type of rebuttal to it. But I would like to see as I mentioned, a community conversation which would include a variety of people from discriminated groups who feel hurt or unheard by energy, and then we can have an equal amount of people and have a nice conversation about it. An honest talk, some people may say. But the most important part is it's going to be the same amount of people, and there's going to be some parity with that. And I'd love to have everybody who is included in the decision-making process, up to and including Paul Evanov, because if he signed off on this, he needs to be aware about it. Having little lackeys do his work for him, that's not how it works. Even the same situation here where Tyler's doing this talk, right? Like, why, like, where are the decision makers speaking on this, right? We're getting an opinion, right, of an experience instead of an explanation of what happened. So, Paul, here's your shout out. Bring a chair.
Sit down with guys like you and talk about things and agree to disagree.
And talk with guys like them, like stay in the media circle? Okay.
agree or come to an agreement, like whatever it is, like he will do that, and I know he will because I've seen him do that. And
So when he was offered to show growth by a community like Rainbow way back when, and there was no action on it?
I'm sticking up for him not as a coworker right now, but as a friend of mine. I consider Dave one of my close friends.
Which then means you are not an ally. Never use that word again.
He has been nothing but amazing to me over the course of the last few weeks. I've seen what his family's been going through. I've seen what he's been going through, and he's a rock man. Like that guy, he cares more about me. It's been so inspiring to me to have somebody like that in my life, and I do thank him a lot. I thank Adam West a lot, and Jasmine as well. Jasmine and I, again, like we don't stop talking. Actually, that's just the problem. Like we're on the phone all the time. So.
Hey Tyler, FYI, you're dealing with guys who've been in media, which is, remember, sensationalism for a long time, and they've got a lot of life experience on you. So maybe let's go back to what I was talking about before of just grabbing that Oxford about naivety, whatever. Anyway, just keep an open mind. You want to talk about open mind? Just keep an open mind to just everything.
I heard too, and like everybody at the station, guys, like this situation, we were a close group before this happened, but now we're like this inseparable family. Morale is through the roof. We have people just vibing, having good times together.
Do you know why? Because you're not having the difficult conversations. You keep promoting what makes you happy. No wonder you're vibing well. When you're only doing the things that make you feel good. Like, come on.
And I love it. I love to see that. Like, sometimes I feel, too, the hardest situations pull people together the most.
Right.
Yeah, big time. No, dude, you're absolutely right. Like, again, I don't know anybody at the station but you. Literally. I don't. So, I'm trying not to comment about people's character who I don't know. I'm trying not to comment about people who I've really never met in my life, and I appreciate the fact that you're so patient as to wait and see and talk to people and get to know them. And just on the note of conversations, not a co-assignment, kind of what Kana was talking about, he's right. Like, have you ever heard of Daryl Davis?
Remind me.
So he's a black man goes to KKK rallies and it's not like he goes there trying to convert people away, but he's converted a lot of people away just by simply talking to these people. The episode with him on Joe Rogan is probably the greatest piece of podcasting in the history.
Joe Rogan, man. I just watched his thing with Miley Cyrus, and I went on a trail of his. Holy man!
Episode.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, but what were you saying? Sorry.
No. But just hearing how he talked, like he would talk to KKK Grand Wizards. That's what they're actually called. He would talk to them, and like, of course, for the first little bit, they'd acknowledge like, "Oh, you're a very talented singer. We love your music, but you're below us because you're black." And then he'd see, a couple months later, they'd be handing him his uniform, being like, "I don't believe in this anymore." And I think, again, back to what we were saying, like, if you want to go online and do what you want to do, I think I saw somebody, like, downloaded all of Dave's podcast because they're like, it seemed, and I can't remember this exactly, but it seemed like they're kind of saying, like, oh, he can't run away from it, everybody forever. If you want to...
So, I just want to throw this out here. I may or may not know what Nick's talking about. This isn't about running from anything forever. This is about trying to hide your tracks without acknowledging the damage done. I'm going to go back to an example not too long ago where I revisited that transgender's transformer video, and now all of a sudden it's private instead of public. Why do you think I left? Why do you think I left that alone for such a period of time? I wanted to see the reaction. I wanted to see the response. I wanted to see how it would be handled. If an ally was sitting behind that keyboard, an ally would have deleted the video, and quite possibly, and quite probably, because a good ally has courage, and say, I'm sorry for leaving that up. That actually wasn't tasteful, and I realize how that could be hurtful. I'm sorry. I've deleted it, and I've done my best to make sure that it's not available anywhere else. That's what an ally says. Instead, leaving it private simply says, well, shit, you shouldn't have seen this. I'm only going to share it with people who I want to see it because it's still funny because you're fucking weird to me. There's a reason why I left that one alone a long time ago. Just to test, just to see. And it's exactly what I thought. This isn't about running. This is about the simple fact of not having the capability and the courage and the interest of being the ally that everybody else says that this person is. You got everyone else saying all the good things. Just let someone else speak for you. And do it. And show it. Unbelievable.
That, again, fine. I'm, again, freedom of speech person. Please do whatever you want to do as long as you're not harming or threatening people. That being said, what are you actually doing?
Define harm. Punching down on people is harmful because you have no idea what their level of tolerance is. You have no clue how long they have left to get punched down on. You have no clue what their coping mechanisms are. You have no clue what their support mechanisms are. You have no concept what other people's lives are like. So to identify somebody who's humorous to you for your own success and to just be discriminative to them? Is that harmful? You tell me, Nick. Let me know.
To better the cause? What are you actually doing to further positivity?
We're having a conversation, aren't we? We're having an honest talk, aren't we? So let me know. Let me know if I'm helping the community. I'd love to know. And anyone else seeing this, let me know if I'm helping the community.
Because if you're leading with hate, and if you're leading with negativity, and if you're leading with negative judgment, how can we get better? Happiness and compassion and...
Do you know how you get better? If somebody's being hateful, to go ahead and be kind in return. There's somebody who ended up posting a tweet saying to fight hate, you use hate, and I slapped that down the instant I saw it. And just to put it out there, there was somebody who ended up putting a tweet just along the lines of, I can't remember how it went, but it wasn't, I don't wish death upon Dave, but I hope he falls off a bike and breaks his legs or something. And as soon as I saw it, I said to delete it. Okay? So just throwing it out there that not everyone's full of hate. And so to keep generalizing things, that is, if people don't know how to manage their emotions, I think it's really important to do a little self-reflection on how you're describing the experience, because it's okay to describe how you feel, it's okay to describe what you see, what you know, but to generalize everything is not okay, because not everybody's the same. Not everybody's the same, not everybody does the same thing, and how you receive something is very different than how somebody says something very frequently.
Joy and love and kindness is not an elite club reserved for people who have never done something wrong that the internet has caught.
Yeah, true. It's true.
It has no walls.
And actually, you know what? It has an open door. To anybody that wants to enter a life of happiness and love, the door is literally wide open.
So why won't Dave come walk through it? The door's been open for a long time to educate, to learn, to understand, to comprehend, to just coincide with. Why doesn't he walk through the door? How does it need to be? Let me know. That'd be really cool. Just let me know what type of door needs to happen for Dave, right, and Adam, right, and Paul, as a matter of fact, to get the courage to walk through it. Let me know, right? I'd love to hear.
It is a hard door to go through, though.
At least...
No, it's not. Just putting it out there. It's a super easy door to walk through, right, when the people on the other end are already there with those open arms, as you mentioned earlier. Maybe not right now because of COVID, to steal your joke, but you know what I mean. That door is incredibly easy to walk through when you've got people who are truly loving and waiting, right? So it's fear that keeps people from walking through the door because they feel they will be looked at differently. They'll feel they lose their own credibility because of their values. They'll carry like, oh, I've been this type of person for Lord knows how long, and they'll think I'm a fake or a fraud, or all of a sudden I'm on their side, or whatever it needs to be. Take a look at my pinned tweet right now at this point. And if I remember correctly, it's a message along the lines of it's time to act. If you don't believe in discrimination, you act wholly. Because being supportive doesn't change who you are, but being supportive lets us be who we are. And it doesn't matter what our backgrounds are. Gender, race, body type, culture, food preference. You want to talk about discrimination, just because they're different than you is not a good enough reason to punch down on them for your entertainment and your success.
In theory, it should be. Like, just even from your example of your buddy in radio outside the province, like, my heart kind of goes out to somebody like that because, and I don't know this person, right? Like, just based on what you've told me, it seems like they've really worked hard. It seems like they've really worked hard to better themselves. It seems like they've really tried to learn from their mistakes, and they're just not being given that grace.
And that hurts me personally because I do believe, and it's crazy because when we look back on this episode, I think we've said a lot of the same things multiple times, but I think that's good. I think that goes to show the type of passion we have, but we need to be able to grow up. We need to be able to turn a new year.
I want you to remember that word, or that phrase of growing up, Tyler. Because I think there's people a lot closer to you than you realize that need to hear that as well.
Turn a new month, a new week. God, man, I'm probably not even going to be the same person tomorrow after talking with you guys.
Right, honestly.
Like, I feel great right now because we're having such an honest conversation, and it gives me so much hope that there are other people out there like this. And I don't want to be the same person that I was yesterday. Man, I want to be a better person every single day. I want to learn more about other people's lives. I want to learn more about where you're coming from. I want to learn more about this, and maybe I did something wrong or this and that. Teach me, show me the way.
Yeah, and I think you guys would kind of echo this statement. If we've said something that you disagree with and you want to talk to us about it, DMs are wide open. At least I can't speak for you guys on that, but my DMs are wide open.
Absolutely. I mean, my DMs have been a free-for-all. and like I said, I probably got close to 5,000 messages.
Is this before or after closing comments and not having DMs and deleting accounts? I just want to put it out there that if you are communicating on a platform, you need to be able to be responded to in that platform. Like I said to Nick in a DM, I can't email you and you say, call me. That's not how it works. Maybe I could call you, but there might be a reason why I emailed you. Give me the gratuity of an email response. So if there is going to be visibility, for example, on a platform like Twitter, then communication needs to be just as available as you say it is on a platform like Twitter. Simple as that. And it's not even necessarily about you, right? But I'm just saying as a whole, as energy has been communicated with frequently and to the better of my knowledge has had no response. No visible response, at least. Until there was finally a message to me. Oh, and then there was that time that Matt responded personally on something that was totally not what Matt interpreted as, and that went well. But it was very clear to see that Energy knew that I existed, Thank you again for everybody in your studio to be ignoring. Oh, and as I mentioned earlier, that earlier time where AJ just was passively aggressively, whatever, liking the comments and the responses on somebody who wasn't on, like pretty much just people who were saying that no, their activism is dumb. So whatever. So it's good to see that reaction too. So I've noticed, yeah, there's been communication in a style, but yeah, don't say that communication's open, because it wasn't. So it's not nice to lie to people. Just throwing it out there. I think in itself, there should be like a massive "we said a lot of things wrong" podcast on its own. What do I know?
Within 3 weeks. So you can imagine how the conversations were very different. You know, I had people like this that wanted to just have an honest conversation. I had tons of people that were just already supporting the show. I had people throwing hate and death threats. I had it all. And to me, that just goes to show that we don't really know where the proper course of conversation comes into play. And that's what this all showed me, was that there's some people that are going to be like, okay, let's talk about it. And then there's going to be people that are like, go kill yourself.
Yeah. And I'll be like, I already tried.
I called this out earlier. I am drawing attention to this again. That was not cool. Okay, I understand that it was responded to, that it is a coping mechanism, that it still is not a healthy coping mechanism, because unfortunately there are other people out there that you have no idea where they're at, and understanding that they might be or they might be in the middle of recovery. You have a responsibility to be better. So start.
I'm not good at it.
Like, I just don't get that. When is it ever okay to start a conversation with, go kill yourself?
Yeah.
It's just not. And I hope if anybody's watching this, again, don't feel any sort of shame or guilt from things you've done in the past, but grab that and learn from it and educate yourself on it to make yourself a better person.
Wow! Wow! Guilt is the first step towards you can't. You need guilt to recognize you did something wrong before you become better. You can't just magically all of a sudden be inspired to be a better person without a trigger of guilt because you felt like you hurt somebody. That's what guilt is. Feeling like you are upsetting somebody, right? Or somebody's hurt or whatever. You feel like your action impacted someone else's life negatively and you need to resolve that. You can't skip that part before you become better. So if you don't feel guilty, you're going to keep being who you are. So who are you to go ahead and start telling the community who's upset to get over it? Just, it's unbelievable.
And like I said, most people that sent me those death threats, yeah, they apologized.
Good.
And I forgive them.
Good.
I will say this. I think, again, and I've always had your back. I've always believed in Tyler Carr as a great role model for the community. Not many, there aren't, at least I don't know this for sure. Not everyone, because I know that for sure, is like you and how forgiving and empathetic they are. If somebody were to come with them and present their problems and say, I fucked up.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what? Again, that's about understanding different walks of life. I know that a lot of people, especially in the community, grew up with a lot of pain, a lot of suffering. There is a lot of hate built up in them because of how people have treated them. We can't understand where they're coming from. And I could never pretend to understand that. I'm a very privileged person. but I can start a conversation.
Yeah.
Hang on. So you can't understand where other people are coming from, but you can tell everyone to get over it. Making sure I see that alignment. You want to start a conversation, but you want to be selective about it with people that you're comfortable, or on a platform you're comfortable having the conversation at. Got it.
Absolutely. I guess what I was trying to get at with that is just like, if somebody doesn't accept your apology, don't let that deter you from trying to continue to better yourself. That's where I was going. You know what I mean?
Well said. Honestly, well said.
And what you said kind of led into my next point that I wanted to bring up. So look at that. Mind games on 100. We don't know where everybody's coming from, right? Like, if I wasn't on the internet for the past month and I saw you, I'd be like, oh fuck, Tyler, what's going on? I have no idea any of this happened. I honestly haven't talked to Kanan in 3 weeks. I don't know what the hell's going on with Kanan's life right now, which is weird because we're never really out of the sync. And like likewise, I'm not sure what's going on with a lot of other people's lives right now. You know what I mean? I hope that a lot of people listening to this, or even if they don't listen to this, can enter conversations with compassion and a willingness to listen and suspend their disbelief, right? Like,
yeah, but I also think too, you're allowed to go into a conversation with, I don't know the right way to do this, aggravation, I think is the right word, or perceived notions. But you're right, it's about allowing yourself to have that open-minded conversation. And though you've seen things online that you don't like, or you've seen different things that you don't maybe understand or get, and you have that kind of already perceived aggravation and hate inside of you, that's okay. But as long as you're going into it with an ear to listen and to have a civil discourse, again, you don't have to agree.
That's fair.
You don't have to agree. It's good to not agree. That's what makes freedom of speech beautiful. You don't have to agree, but you have to be able to have a conversation with somebody.
But you also have to be prepared to accept the consequences of your speech.
That's what makes up humanity. Different opinions.
Totally. What would it be?
You know what? Before the rest of the whatever about same sports or whatever, there is not an opinion about discrimination. There is not an okay amount of discrimination to a certain group of people. No discrimination, period. That is not an opinion. Everyone deserves the right to be treated and respected as a valid human being, regardless if their values are different than yours. You can contain your values, but you do not express your values in a way that dehumanizes another individual, regardless. And there are a lot of things happening right now in the world that I agree with some and I don't agree with others. But when it's all said and done, everyone's allowed to be their best self. They're allowed to. Yes, there are checks and balances and controls, right, to go ahead and make sure as a whole things sociologically don't explode, for sure. But you're still allowed to carry your beliefs. But at no point, because your beliefs are different than someone else's, is that person or you allowed to just go down, right? To express them as a lesser person. You can have a conversation about why your values are different, and if you do it properly, you both walk away feeling enlightened, that your values are still in force, but you feel enlightened and educated. Instead of just saying that person's worse than how I feel, so screw them. There is no opinion on discrimination. End of story.
we all liked the same music or the same sports team?
We'd all be robots. Life would be dull. Life would be boring.
Well, you know what? This is just because I'm a prick, but like sometimes I get annoyed when too many people cheer for the Raptors. I'm like, okay, let's not for a second.
Right? You weren't here in 2008.
Yeah, if you don't know who Julian Wright was and what college he went to, then I don't want to talk to you. Which means, Kanan, I know you're cut from the rotation because you can't tell me where you went to college.
Nope.
Kansas, by the way.
That's a really good point because, like, everybody did cheer for the same sports teams. It would be boring.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm also kind of being like a prude and snottish dick. Like, if you want to cheer.
It also wouldn't be sports if everyone cheered for the same sports team, so that's quite a paradox in its own, but I digress.
Raptors fucking. You don't even know who Joey Dorsey is to cheer for the Raptors. Don't believe that because you didn't watch them when they won 22 games in a season. Ouch. That you can't.
That was like me when A Star Is Born came out. People were like, "Oh my God, Lady Gaga's a talented singer." I'm like, "Oh my God, where have you been for the last 10 years?"
You're like, "Oh my God, you were born yesterday." Like that's
really. I told myself I wanted to make at least 3 Lady Gaga references in this episode, and I think I nailed that. So
I'm trying to think what the other ones were. Oh,
you helped me with Art Pop, so thank you.
Okay, yeah, that was an alley-oop. I tossed.
And then the Chromatica Night of Fame.
Yeah. Oh, and you also made the music reference, so technically 4. Yeah.
4. Oh my gosh, I'm killing it today, guys.
You're on a roll.
We cleared play all day.
Okay, let me ask you specifically about this because I saw this come up. The weight guessing thing. Let's go into that a little bit because I know that was kind of hot on Twitter. Pardon me?
What do you want to know?
Just kind of like the idea that was presented, what happened, because I saw somebody was very clearly upset about a game on radio where Dave guesses a woman's weight based on how she sounds. That being said, the person willingly participated, so like maybe they also thought it was funny, right? Like,
I don't want to talk too much on this, only because we've done the thing on it.
So I just want to make sure, do I understand correctly that you want to have an honest talk, but you're being selective about what you want to talk about? I just want to, again, right, I want to make sure that I'm capturing the context correctly, but that this is a touchy subject that we don't want to talk about. Cool.
Anybody wants to listen to the audio, it is up on the Energy 106 Facebook page.
Oh, that's right. We're going to go ahead and direct people to a platform that we'd rather communicate at. Cool. So it is what I'm thinking it is.
Unedited, the entire full game to begin with. And then we actually posted the response to that right after. So it's all there, ready for you to listen to, completely unedited. Now, the way it was presented was it's a carnival game. We were playing games to kind of have some fun on air just to begin with. We wanted to do a carnival game. And if you've been to a fair, they do those games where you step on up and they look at you and they guess your weight. And they still do those. I went to Valley.
They do that at carnivals?
Yeah.
What's that?
They do that at carnivals?
Yeah, like at fairs and stuff. Absolutely.
Fuck, I didn't even know that.
At Valley Fair, when I went there last year, they were still doing that game, and I paid whatever it was, and they guessed my weight.
What they get?
It's an old carnival game, and so what we did was we did the game on air. It was the first caller through. It was a woman. We never once called it Guess a Woman's Weight. And so the post that somebody shared, and again, I'm not going to hate on anybody here.
Of course.
She obviously listened to it, and she went to work, or maybe somebody else listened to it and then told her about it. And it was a game telephone tag, and the message kind of got lost. And then she kind of just posted the screenshot, and it went viral. But again, you can listen to the audio. We didn't call it that. The lady was very comfortable. Her name was Angie. She actually posted, I'm going to grab this quick here. She actually posted on Instagram after she was done. I mean, I'm going to read this verbatim, because these are not my words. This is what the caller that played and won the gift card wrote on social media. No offense taken, and completely love you guys. Lighten up, Winnipeg. You make my day, and shame on people for trying to take that away from you guys. And tagged all of us. She also called us the next day and was like, I can't believe this. Like, I wasn't offended at all. That being said, I have a lot of friends in the body positivity group here in Winnipeg that own gyms that are very vocal about that. And I've had conversations with them about maybe how that game came across problematic. And guess what? That's okay. That's okay. I'm okay with having a conversation with somebody about.
So I'm just going to interject here. Personally, I'm skeptical. I still feel like I said to Nick the other day, and I even put it on one of the replies I had on Twitter there, I personally feel skeptical. Congratulations, Angie, if you actually legit just called in and won a gift card. I feel like there was a plant, and what a plant means, if you don't know, is, you know, somebody saying, hey, call in, right, we'll let you through, we'll go ahead and make this sensational. Because remember what I said way back when, about media drives by sensationalism, right? I'm not going to say that this wasn't plotted, because honestly, there's a lot of things that I'm just curious how you even do so. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was a plant to do whatever. But that goes full circle to the last part you just said right there. That with body positivity groups, right? Just like Energy 106 is under the microscope. Because whatever. So you like, where's just the mindful awareness of let's just not do this today. You want to have fun? Play, I don't know, like Monopoly, or like whatever. Just like keep it within yourselves, right? Like this is a perfect display of let's go ahead and use someone else to be our entertainment. Explain it to me any different way. Just like, where's the mindful awareness about where you are in this social climate? Non-existent, apparently. And honestly, Angie, lighten up, Winnipeg. Come over on this side and then tell me to lighten up. I really hope that you watch this and understand that this is a perfect example of what I've been talking about already, where, oh, you've got people who are upset, just get over it because I've gotten over it, meaning you have to as well. This is why the world sucks right now. Because people who don't feel offended expect other people to not feel hurt. That's not how it works.
Something that we did that we can learn from. Yeah. It kind of all ties into what we've said. And I understand that right now, you know, Dave's on a microscope right now, and people are going to try and grab what they can. I understand that, but that's fine, because we want to grow and we want to learn and we want to be a more accepting show than yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. And when I first... Sorry, go ahead. I didn't realize you were...
She had no offense taken. Like, I just wanted to wrap it up by saying Angie had a great time, and then the next day we played it with a guy, and the guy had no problem with it. And that's kind of the thing. It's kind of your body, your choice, and they were okay with it for the game. But again, I've learned a lot from it, and that's all I can really say about that.
Interesting. Because, again...
Before Nick agains, my question is, at what point does all this learning come without being the expense of another individual?
I first saw that, and this is how I know I've grown at least a little bit. When I first saw that, at first, when I was like, oh shit, they did that? Like, that's not cool.
Thank you, Nick. That's the case in point right there. The first reaction being like, I don't know if that's right, is a representation of our social climate. Because like I said to Nick in a DM, that people don't realize where other people are. There's an expectation for people to just assume that they're on the same level. Not understanding their struggles, their difficulties, their whatevers. And you go ahead and you operate under your own prerogative, and because you're going to be okay with it, everyone else is going to be cool with it too. That's not how it works. You need to go ahead and be mindful about other people, and then more importantly, be prepared to be humble about it if you're wrong. Not run away from conversations. Very simply. Not ignore the difficult questions. Not turn off the opportunity to receive questions. Not expect to have conversations in your ecosystem where it's best for you. To go ahead and be ready to be humble and guilty and sorrowful for hurting somebody else. Intentionally or not. But to just assume everyone else to get over it, that's not how it works.
I was like, wait, I don't know everything about this. This is a Facebook post, posted on Twitter. I've never met the person who posted. They could be a wonderful person. I have no idea. I've never talked to them.
Yeah.
I know Tyler, and I know Tyler's heart's always in the right place, so I can't imagine, unless you're like, yeah, bro, we just decided we would shame people on air, specifically women, specifically mothers. I was just like, I know Tyler, and unless they like gagged him and put him in the janitor's closet for the whole fucking morning segment.
Yeah, where's Tyler the last 2 days? I don't know. All right, 6 o'clock. You can go home now.
Adam's got his phone. Adam's got his foot on the door. He's like, I don't know. It's weird that he's this late for work.
Oh my god, that's so funny. But no, and like again, like when Dave brought the game up, I was like, okay,
Yeah.
because we playing the game, asked for the caller. Somebody wanted to be a part of that, called in, participated, won a prize, vocalized support for it, called us the next day, not only vocalized support again, but said that she wasn't offended. If anybody was to be offended by that, it would be her.
Yeah, and we talked about this in the last episode. First off, actually, before I go there, I didn't even know there was a carnival thing, right? So, like, I'm out of touch with carnivals. I'm like, what the fuck? Guessing people's weight? Like, how is that funny? Or how is that funny? Like, how is that fun? Like, I don't get that. And then you're like,
literally, I did it. I went to Valley Fair in Minneapolis last year, and I was a part of that. Like, I paid money to have somebody guess my weight, and then they won a prize. So that's all we did was a radio version of that.
yeah. So, like,
Sorry. So, because, like you mentioned, that if it's a two-way experience, did they get to guess your weight? Did they get to go ahead and have an opportunity to provide judgment upon yourself? Because if that's what happens at the carnival game, then did you do that in full, or was it just one way?
it's so easy to get swept up in the lack of context of things, right? Like,
Or it's so easy for people to be hurt in this generation as a whole because they've spent their entire life being told it doesn't matter how you feel, get over it. The sensitivity of other people's feelings, you need a shovel to find it in today's era. And that's just continued to get worse with this encouragement of just get over it. Forgiveness is key. With no one discussing that the offense needs to follow up with guilt and remorse before forgiveness even is an option.
oh fuck, I completely forgot where I was going to go. Oh, god damn it.
But you're totally right. Like, it's context. And that's why we wanted to make it clear that we were not coming from a place of malice. And we posted the audio up on Facebook. We had no problem doing that. And you know what? We're going to probably do more of that. We're going to do more audio because we're not ashamed. We're not afraid. And
You're not ashamed, but you run and hide. You're not afraid, but you run and hide from conversation. Okay.
again, it wasn't from a place of malice. We were not going on here.
You don't need to intentionally discriminate to be discriminative.
Show. Dave's on the show. Jasmine's on the show. The three of us are not coming from a place of hate. And
Are you speaking for yourself or other people again? I'm pretty sure you affirmed earlier today that you're speaking for yourself and yourself only now. Leave it to Dave and Jasmine to explain where they're coming from. Please and thank you.
I have had more conversations in this past week about this, and that's what I want. Everything I do is going to be perfect and 100%. I'm a human. Like I don't.
Can you do me a solid on that note? Because since Dave's not really being accessible, can you ask him if I'm a human and just check with other people too? But that'd be super cool. I'd love to hear about that.
Know everything. I'm not going to pretend to know everything. But if I do something and our show does something, and you can take the time to be like, listen, this could have been a little problematic. Okay, well, tell me why, and let me listen to you and hear from your perspective on why it was maybe problematic. So maybe we can make a change to it. We won't do the game again.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it comes down to count.
So it's telling in itself where you say you're probably going to do the game again, but if you're communicated with, you won't, but you're insisting on communication, but your first response is you're likely going to do it again. What is really happening?
Culture again. It's the first thing you see, you run with it without doing any research, and again, that's why I was so happy when we all decided to post the audio, because I was like, listen, it went up, and I was like, there we go. We have nothing to hide. Angie was having a great time.
Yeah. I'm laughing at the image in my head, like, because there are some people who think that Dave Wheeler is like this inherently evil person, and they forget that you and Jasmine are on the show. I'm just like, in my head, I'm picturing like you and Jasmine trying to.
Hey Nick, I'm throwing it out there. Show me billboards that talk about Tyler and Jasmine anywhere near as much as all the billboards that are up saying Wheeler's back, Wheeler's back. Okay, just let me know.
So Dave, while he like holds you guys off, and he's like, "I'm gonna guess their weight, whether you like it or not," and you guys are like, "No."
Here's the thing: I'm running the board. I control whose mics are on and off.
He's got one foot over your face. He's like reaching over with his hand, like pushing Jasmine to the side. Adam is trying to dive in.
Fun fact: Dave and I do play footsies a lot in the studio. He's got, honestly, also today I found he's got really soft hands. I didn't know he doesn't. I don't know if it's a lotion he uses, but we were reading some DMs today, and somebody sent me a DM asking if Dave had soft hands, so I had to feel them too.
That's a very underrated quality in a person.
It is. Thank you. That's a whole different.
So I'd like to thank the affirmation right there of being very selective about the messages you've been receiving and how to act on them.
Episode right there. It's real talk.
Soft hands. That's the next one.
An honest talk about soft hands.
An honest talk. Soft.
Yeah, as somebody who has reptilian skin in the winter, I'm jealous.
You're funny. I can't. I got small hands, so it doesn't take a lot for me to lotion them up and be good for the day.
Me too. I've got baby hands, but they're always dry.
You know what they say about baby hands, right?
Baby gloves.
Not what I was going to say, but I'll take it.
I don't feel the need to defend my position on that on air. What am I, Kanan?
It's crazy. Smaller hands, it's been proven people are better at video games. So run with that.
Really? I thought you were going to go the other route. I was like, yeah, boost my ego.
I mean, that too. From experience, obviously.
It's like what the great Emmett Smith said. If you're good at something, you'll tell other people. When you're great at something, they'll tell you.
And you have a podcast.
So is that telling just about anyone being apologetic or anything else, right? Is that telling, right? Because otherwise, I don't know, right? You'd think they'd be like, wow, that took a lot of courage to go ahead and do or whatever. I don't know, right? Maybe it's just telling. I don't know.
Sometimes I just want to tap into your brain and just download all of the quotes that you have, because I know you're a very quotable person, and I really appreciate that. That was good.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I guess one of the things I also wanted to touch on while we're talking about this is just respecting the fact that people have their opinions and they can do what they want to do. They don't have to bend the knee, right? If you want to, I think there was somebody told me some guy's going to be petitioning outside of Energy 106. I'm not sure if that's true or not. I'm not sure if that's actually happening.
Yeah, there is somebody outside the station tonight. But you know what we did? We got security. We wanted to make sure they were safe. If they had come during lunch, we were going to order them lunch. We respect that opinion, and we respect your freedom of speech.
That's so nice. Holy fuck.
Giant protest. I mean, actually.
Can we be more patronizing? Just putting it out there. I appreciate all those things that you've done for that protester. Do you actively need to be visible in your presence to be recognized as a human worth your attention? I just want to put that out there, because there's been lots of incidents of trying to raise your awareness and we didn't even get a response, reaction, if not unless you count being ignored or dismissed in action. That counts. But I just want to make sure, right? Are the only people who are valid to you the ones who actually show up at your door, or the ones who already originally speak favorably for you, right? I just want to make sure I understand about who you consider as somebody to recognize and share opinions with. And by the way, I want to use on the topic of opinions again. There is no space for discrimination, and there's not an opinion about it, if you haven't heard yet.
I can't look outside right now, but I do know that somebody didn't show up.
Oh, like right now?
Yeah, tonight. So they're there, I think, still right now.
Are you at the studio right now?
No, I'm at home.
Oh, okay. They showed up at your house.
What's that?
They showed up at your house?
No, they're at the station right now.
Oh. I'm like, that's...
I do know there's one person, but again, we welcome that because that's an exercise that you want to share your opinion and your feelings. Like, we're not gonna send you away. That's something that you're allowed to have, and you're allowed to feel the ways that you feel.
Yeah, I was like, if somebody pulled up to your crib, like, that's so out of pocket.
That's why I have just a white background. Nobody will know where I live.
Yeah, go home.
Not for you. We're too close.
I know, yeah, we are. I went for a run.
You'll never get on your bad side, or you'll be rolling up real quick.
I don't mean...
Anytime I go biking, you're jogging. I'm like, oh, God, I should be jogging too.
But then I see you biking, I'm like, oh, but he's probably exercising for longer, because I can't run as long as I can bike.
30 kilometers, thank you very much.
Shit, look at that breaking record. But I guess, like, if you, back to my point, like, if you want to express your opinion online, and if you want to, do what you want and kind of talk about Dave or you or Jasmine in positive or negative ways online, that's absolutely your prerogative. If you want to petition outside, if you want to do rallies, if you want to spend your whole day saying, fuck Energy 106, I hate them, they deserve to be disbanded as a radio station, do that, please. If it's what makes you feel better, if it's what you really want to do with your time, absolutely. However, recognize Energy 106 does not have to do what you want them to do. Tyler Carr does not have to do what you want him to do. Nobody in this life has to do what you want them to do. You cannot force people to do things. If you can come to that conclusion, again, and like...
I'm just going to jump in there that Nick tried DMing me and in a roundabout way suggested to drop my practice, and I told him as well straight up, no. There's an accountability to be held because Energy lied to its community. Simple. And they lied very easily by presenting an affirmation that they're not staying authentic to. It's as simple as that. And so until that affirmation is amended or recognized or actually done, just throwing that out there, if they actually stay true to their words and represent authentic values, right? Maybe that would be considered something close to the finish line. But otherwise, is this a waste of my time? Like I mentioned earlier, if this helps save someone else's life by setting a precedent that it's not okay to publicize and sensationalize discrimination, then I'm going to do that. And I'm not going to stop. Because if you're telling me that your entertainment and your income is worth more than the mental health and social stability of another individual, that's not even a hill I'm going to die on. That's a mountain I'm dying on. I will carry my neighborhood, I will carry my community, I will carry my city, and I will carry my country. Saying that it is not okay to publicize and sensationalize discrimination so that you succeed and someone else can feel less than the human being that they are and deserve to be represented as. And you, Energy 106, and by extension, Paul Evanov and the Evanov Radio Group affirmed to be allies. You are not being allies. So what is it?
If you really don't like the station and you really want to hurt them, they need ratings, so just don't listen. Like the more
they need money. Money comes from ratings. Money also comes from other channels. Putting it out there.
Talk about up a station. The more people, I listen to your podcast. I want to listen. I'm talking to you. I'm having you on. Like, people are now listening because you're talking about it, right? Like, you really
It's
want to
just
hurt them.
embarrassing
I don't
that
think
listening to this.
generating buzz for them is a good idea. You know what I mean? Because now, even with the weight thing, I'm curious. I want to ask questions. What the hell happened? Like, I don't know anything about this, right? So,
Again, it's
just so much
I don't want to say too
patronizing.
much of that because I'm like, I want everybody to listen, please.
yeah, exactly.
Monday to Friday, we have new hours.
Yeah, please keep talking. Please keep listening.
We're going from now 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. So listen in. But no, I get
So
it.
much
It's a
patronizing.
discourse. If you don't like the show, you don't have to listen.
Simply, yeah.
Dial's right there. The unfollow button's right there.
Oh, and yeah, and you want to know what's crazy, man? Like, with all of
So I want to jump on that thought right there. Don't listen. So again, that goes back to accepting discrimination because you don't have the courage or the confidence or the means of understanding or the education of it even existing to do something about it. By turning your back on discrimination when you know it's there is just as bad as being discriminative because that's allowing extra space for it to exist. That's just how it is. There's no middle ground. Discrimination. Remember, Tyler, you said that you need 7 or 8 positive things for 1 negative when it comes to bullying? That's discrimination. If you don't have those 7 or 8 voices to tell discrimination to go to hell, it's going to go ahead and take that space. Because they're not stopping it. And instead of it just being one person discriminated and one person being discriminated or doing it, right? It's now one person being discriminated with 1 plus the power of nothing stopping it. 1 plus momentum. And it gets worse because people turn their back. And it gets worse because it's tougher to stop. That's why this is important. To stop it now. Because it turns into a tiny little snowflake, to a snowball, to an avalanche. Because nothing stops it, nothing gets in its way, and who try to stop it have to stop it early, otherwise it's just a bigger challenge to end later. So no, just unfollowing doesn't fix it. Do something about it.
stuff going on, I want to end kind of, I feel like maybe we're wrapping up here a little bit.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Like, the amount of support that I've received too, I don't want that to go unnoticed. Because again, people like you guys, this podcast, your dialogue, your conversation, there's been a lot of that. And I don't want people to think that it has all been hate, because it has not. And, we haven't received as many texts as we're getting during the show, as many phone calls, as many followers. Look at Energy's Instagram followers are through the roof. You look at mine, I've gone up over close to 800 in the last 3 weeks. Like, you look at those things, and you have to remember things in your life. Those little victories, those positives, always will outweigh the negatives. But you have to teach your brain. And if I can get through to anybody right now that is being bullied or being harassed online, you got this. And there's always a way for you to reach out for support. There are mental health lines in Manitoba that are available 24/7. There are crisis lines in Manitoba that are available 24/7. Utilize them, use them. You're not alone ever. Because if there's anything I've learned over the past month, is bullying is still alive, and it's stronger than ever, and it's more mad than ever. It's full of more hate. And I don't want anybody, if just one person is receiving any kind of hate online or bullying, first of all, I'm sorry that you're going through that, but also, you're not alone. You're not alone.
Actually, I have one more question. The person who said they hope you get hit by a bus, did they do that?
Across the streets.
Yeah, specifically. In an artistic way, right? Take the picture of your body and put it on the cover of Chromatica.
Yeah, please. I already said I would give up anything for Lady Gaga. She can take my body at this point. That's fine.
Yeah, it's like that quote from Superbad where he's like, dude, would you die for alcohol? He's like, no, but I'd die for pussy. No questions asked.
I die for Chromatica. It's fine.
Yeah, Tyler, would you die for radio? No, but I'd die for Gaga. No questions.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Did he do that from a private? Did this person do that from a private account, or was it?
It was from a personal account.
That's so bold.
You know what though? I thought the same thing, but at the same time, there was so much hatred and anger that I don't blame him.
I also I respect that more than if they hid behind an anonymous account. I do want to make that clear.
Stop romanticizing any death threat. Like, just I understand where you're going with this, especially since this is not the first time that I've listened to this podcast. But the principle of romanticizing a death threat is part of the reason they continue to happen. Just don't cry about receiving death threats and then thinking it's done in a way that was inspiring in any way. Wow, that's bold. It was a personal account. Good for him.
Just make fake accounts and they have 0 followers, 0 posts, 0 nothing, and it could be just the same person making the same account 50 times, sending you the same. How am I supposed to know? Some, I'll go with the word some, I think that's the better word. Some of them were from real accounts with real faces from real people I've met. But those some are usually the ones that ended up apologizing to. And again, I don't hold him accountable for what he said. We had a great coffee. We sat down. We had a great, just a great time. And I'm probably going to go see him this weekend again. I think, honestly, he might be a good friend of mine now. And that's awesome. I think that's awesome.
That's awesome. Here, I'm glad you heard that.
Because what is the point of me sitting here being like, no, you said that, I'm done with you, I never want to talk to you again? And I'm not saying... I don't want people that are maybe getting a death threat to be like, oh, I want to be best friends with this person now. No, but it's about allowing yourself to be open to a conversation and allowing yourself to be open to forgiveness. And in my opinion, I have been working on that, and I'm doing that.
Just interjecting here quickly, I've noticed that before the forgiveness was the apology. Did anyone else see that? Right? Like the honest, I made a mistake, and put the effort in to show it on a visible platform in the same way that you received it or whatever. I'm putting it out there, right? That from my understanding, that you were shown sorrow before you provide forgiveness. But you want everyone to just get over it regardless if sorrow or guilt have been displayed. Cool.
And it's making me feel a lot better as a person.
Yeah, and I think if there had to be an underlying theme or an obvious theme of this podcast, it's been personal agency, right? You can do whatever you want to do. We're just trying to present different ways of looking at things. We're just trying to present our sides of the story. We're just trying to present our context that we know. Again, power to you to do whatever you want to fucking do. I hope nobody ever takes that away from you. Do whatever you want to fucking do, please. Just keep in mind that an open mind can go a long way. That's it.
Absolutely. And again, my DMs are open personally. You don't have to station account. You can come directly to me. Mm-hmm. But again, I'm open to conversations. I'm not open to hate or closed-minded.
Now that's not where it's fair. I understand what you're saying. With that being said, you are creating presumption on the intent of the other person by saying that. I'm not interested in having a closed-minded conversation. Oh, okay. What if someone has... Remember you were talking about understanding where they're coming from? What if that individual doesn't have that background to communicate in a type of way that doesn't involve closed-mindedness? And as I mentioned, that to use the word hate so frequently, that's your feeling. without them explicitly saying, I hate you, you don't know those things. So don't get me wrong, if the introduction to those conversations say, I'm closed-minded and I'm telling you this, or I hate you, followed by everything else, absolutely, ignore those ones. But to flat out say, I'm only listening to these types of conversations is reinforcing everything I've been saying that you in Energy 106 have been doing. You're being selective about the conversations that you're willing to have, yet insisting you want to have the conversations.
In that it's that way or that's it. I need conversations. Let's see where it goes. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Tyler Carr, you are a beautiful soul, and I appreciate you.
I'm actually going to cut you off because both of you guys are beautiful humans. And what you're doing in Winnipeg with this podcast and just with the amount of education that you're allowing yourself to be open to is extremely inspiring. And the fact that I'm nervous to do this quite a bit, as I'm sure you guys are too.
Oh, big time.
I have a lot of eyes on us, guys. Get ready.
Yeah.
But I just think that allowing yourselves to open your heart up to have a conversation with me is extremely brave, vulnerable, and also beautiful, man. Like, I respect you guys so much. You know I always have. I will always show you as much love as possible. And, yeah, I really, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the love that you've shown me over the past month. It's been awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you for saying that, man. Thank you. And if I'm being honest, like, personally, I've been feeling, like, really, like, tender and vulnerable and insecure recently. And, like, a bit of shame and embarrassment for whatever reason. So, like, going into this, I was like, oh, fuck, am I ready to do this? No, man, fuck it. This is important. I think whatever I'm going through is not nearly as important as the idea of learning where people are coming from and opening your heart to love and compassion and forgiveness. And even if you don't end up capitalizing on those things,
Yeah,
at least looking down that aisle.
absolutely.
Kanan, you got any closing thoughts?
Ian, hey, how's it going?
I think this is a really great podcast. I think we covered a lot of topics that need to be said, and overall, I'm very happy that we did this because I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel a lot differently about the whole situation than before. It was emotional for me. Like when you started getting emotional, I had to get emotional. That's just the type of person I am. But yeah, I think this is a very powerful episode, and I really enjoyed it. I was really glad I'm here. Because last time you were here, I didn't get to actually meet you, Tyler.
You know,
Because whatever reason it was, but I'm happy. You know, finally met you, and we finally shown face. So
yeah, and everything I just said, please take it to yourself as well, because I really do think what you guys are doing with the podcast is awesome. I think you're focusing on what Winnipeg is good at, and I love that. And again, thank you guys both so much for having me. This has been awesome. And yeah, I'm really excited to share this message with a lot of people because I think this is going to be very important, and a lot of people will to be very shocked.
Me too, yeah. And I think this is a really important story. Like, as soon as we were kind of talking...
And I'm just going to jump in here. This is close to done. Thank you so much for watching, by the way. The message being sent to so many people is biased, as we can tell. That's not the intention as to how the podcast was created. I don't think. I don't believe that the intention would have been to overtly be explicit about one side, practically. But everyone's perception is their own reality, and the only thing spoken was of Tyler's experience. And then speaking on behalf of other people sometimes too. But then to go ahead and then tell everyone else to just accept his vision, his experience. So thank you so much for sharing this incredibly repetitive piece of propaganda with a group of people who are impressionable and, more importantly, already listening to it because they're biased. Either way, people have listened to it because they wanted to see what the hell, like, we need to hear what this is. But most people who would have heard it want to hear the Tyler that they love and the compassion and, oh, let's make this better because he's such a great person, da-da-da. Thank you so much for releasing this podcast and continuing to drive a wedge further in where discrimination exists in our society. So thank you so much for spending that time. Let's listen to the rest now.
I got so excited at the idea of having you on. I was like, I really do think this needs to be talked about more in depth. Because I know there were news stories written about it, and no offense to like CTV or Global or CBC or whoever covered it, I can't remember. But like, I do think it's difficult to kind of capture the nuance and a whole opinion and like a really complex way of looking at it, because this is a very complex issue. I don't think it's
Discrimination isn't complex. Don't do it. Simple.
People to just look and be like,
oh, and don't encourage it. Simple.
Yep, that's how it is, and that's that.
That's how it is.
Right.
Well, it's funny because I'm in media, and like when all of this was going down, and they were doing interviews, I'm like, well, I'm in media too. I know how you want to spin this, so like, and they did a really good job. Like looking back on it, I watched it, and I think it was it
CTV did one for sure.
I think so. I think it was CTV. They did a really good job.
Yeah, and it was like a 2-minute video I saw online. Yeah. Like, a brief little article, and it was good for that kind of.
By the way, this article we're talking about, that was on CTV, right? Again, where if we're going to go ahead and discuss topics, just knowing might help. But anyway, Tyler, this was that interview that I did actually capture from, or I quote tweeted from CTV, as I mentioned, to both you and Dave, again asking, since you affirm and that he is an ally and he's willing to prove it, this was the one that I asked about the belief in transgender athletes and where they belong in sport. Still waiting for an answer on that, right? Like, I figured that he's an ally and big in sports, it would have just made sense to say, yes, absolutely, trans athletes belong in sport, following their authenticity. But is disappointed the right word to be ignored? I expected more from an ally.
Is very good. I really like the long form podcast because we can flesh things out and kind of think on the fly, and you could really get the personality out of it.
Yeah, man. I feel really happy right now, and I feel really grateful for this opportunity, because I feel even and a lot of people too, they need to realize that sometimes you just need to talk it out.
Yeah.
And then you feel better about a lot of things. And, if you got all that built up anger inside of you, just talking it out with a friend or a family member, or just having a conversation about it like we've been talking about this entire episode, can make you feel so much better that you're able to conquer so much more in your life than to just sit at home and fester in anger.
Yeah, please, I encourage everybody who listens to this, please start the conversation. And even if you don't change your mind, even if you had the conversation and you feel more empowered in your...
I'm going to encourage starting the conversation when people passionate with their concern have been ignored. Can you please rephrase it to start the conversation in a language we're comfortable with? Okay? Because there's been people trying to start the conversation. I can't speak on what other people do outside of what I see. I've started the conversation with my peers. Easy. And I've spoken to them directly about what's going on and telling them where I am in life, what's happening, what I'm doing, why it's frustrating. But to go ahead and flatly say start a conversation when your guest, for example, Nick, isn't being a exact model of two-way conversation with the company that your guest is working for, not representing what conversation truly is, by being open-minded to all of it and being very selective about how to have it and with who to have it, we don't get to say those things.
Position, whatever the position is, all the power to you. Just do the research, do the work. Make your own opinion. Try not to get too swayed into...
Opinions are not healthy when it comes to creating solutions. Objective reasoning followed by education creates solutions. Opinions only turning to bullying. Bullying doesn't have to look itself as a negative thing. But if I go ahead and I stress an opinion long enough and loud enough, and something's eventually done because, oh, fine, whatever, that's bullying. But if I stress objective reasoning as to, for example, an organization being morally disaligned in general, or visibly disaligned with a presentation of values that they stress to a community and not act on it, that's objective reasoning. And until the education happens of, oh, we didn't realize that we're using words that we're not capable of doing. Or, oh, wow, that actually is an excellent point. Our values are different. Or, oh, wow, you know what? This was our intention. We didn't realize we're acting on it. What can we do to now resolve the situation so that we uphold the values we insist we have? That's objective reasoning. So you want to go ahead and discuss with opinions and whatnot, that's fine. My opinion is that blanketing statements doesn't help. So to go ahead and generalize a command to people listening, expecting that it's going to go well and be useful for everyone, without really stressing the who are you talking to and why are you talking to them, is questionable, quite suspect, and really fuels this propaganda that this entire video is. Not by design, but absolutely by definition.
What we're saying, try not to get too swayed into the opinions of your friends, try not to get too swayed into the opinions of Twitter, as long as you keep your head on straight and you really think, what are my morals and my values? How do I want to present that? How do I want that to be represented? Yeah, you're gonna be
I'm personally not going to keep my head on straight, but that's for obvious reasons.
Nice. Yeah,
like, this is a very different thing for me. Usually I'm very, like, crazy, like, I mean, I was pretty happy, but, like, happy, upbeat, funny, just, like, goofy. This was very stripped down. This is a very different Tyler Carr, and I think if anybody listens to the show, they're going to be very surprised to see this kind of, this side of me, and I'm excited for them to share this, and I think you guys, I thank you guys again for this.
Yeah. And that's a beautiful side of you. It's a beautiful side of you, right? Like, it's a part of who you are, and I really do appreciate you for getting emotional on here, because, like, that was very raw and vulnerable. It's honest. It's honestly what you're going through.
You know, I tried to get ready. I had my water bottle here, cell phone here, and just some, like, ideas of things I wanted to bring up over here, but I didn't have any Kleenex. How stupid.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
Then, we'll wrap this baby up. This is us signing off on Winnipeg's Finest. Have a wonderful week, everybody.
I blew you a kiss. Are you guys going to catch it or not?
Oh, shit. I got it. I missed it with the first grab.
Oh, there you guys got it. Okay, good.
I'll blow you one back. This is us signing off on Winnipeg's Finest. Have a great week, everybody.
Peace.
Almost done. That's it. I'm gonna upload this right away. I've never done anything like this before. I hope for the last 5 hours of my life that everything looked good, sounded good, as best as it can be for someone who's never done anything like this in the past. Thank you so much for making the way through it. I really honestly hope that you didn't skip to important parts, because everything was a talking point, which is why it's as long as it is. I'd like to apologize, but I don't. This was a very serious piece of... it's just important to talk about. And realize the bias and the recognition of just a lot of misalignments. So this is one step towards a solution that is in line with what the values towards our community is. So I thank you so much. I'd love this to be shared with as many people as you can to raise awareness. And I'd love to hear if there are talking points that were missed. And otherwise, that's about it. All right, I'll take off, and thank you so much again. And maybe I'll do something like this again. Who knows? Significantly shorter, I hope. We'll talk later.